Okay, check 1 2, check 1 2. Testing, testing. This is going to be a very interesting stream, I think. Guys, I have no idea how this is going to go because the stream that we're talking about is so long. And I've talked about long streams on here before. I did a 7 hour stream once on Leo Gura's 7 hour stream with Kurt Chaimangal. But uh, this, I can't do 7 hours. So, like, we'll see what happens. uh, so, hold on. We're going to discuss Joe Rogan's recent episode with Eric Weinstein, not Brett Weinstein, Eric Weinstein, and a lot of the things, at least, that they discussed. But I highly suggest that you watch it for yourself because there's no way I'm going to be able to cover even half of what is in this. I've watched it twice at this point, and I'm probably going to watch it again. There's so much technical uh, things that he so many technical things that he says in it that he hasn't gotten into in that level of depth before regarding the possibilities that geometric unity could allow, the science of UFOs, the history of and failure of physics today. It is an incredible episode. He goes into comedy at the end as well and the importance of it, but we're mainly going to focus on the physics stuff tonight. What's up, Preston? Back to the normal later times. I didn't want to do the later times. I just was later. But I will continue to try and be earlier, but this one stream was so long. I mean, I and it's also an issue with it is that it's not on YouTube. You have to watch it on Spotify and or listen to it on Spotify. And so I had to put all the timestamps not by copying a link to the specific part, but I have to actually write out all the timestamps. So this one took a long time, but I am committed to continuing to try and start the streams earlier. Please hit the like button, by the way, if you are a fan of this content, if you are a fan of the channel, and it really helps fuel the algorithm. So I really would appreciate it. Let's see here. So a couple things from that are recent. I know I was going to discuss constructor theory tonight, is what I planned on doing, but we're pushing it back again because this came out and I'm stoked about it. So we're going to talk about it. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I did a talk with some members of the Toe community that is coming out soon. That will be on um, uh, James Sorios. I hope I let me make sure that I'm saying his name correctly. Sorry, James, but I've never heard of anybody with your name before. I'm gonna say it because uh, Sirius. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's James Sirois. You can look at his channel. I will link to it when it comes out. But it was a good talk, and I highly recommend checking it out when it comes out. So with that, let's begin. So this talk with Joe Rogan breaks down into so many different topics, and it's kind of funny because a friend of mine had been listening to it, and he was laughing at the fact that Eric is going on and on and on and on and on, and he's like, "But I want to get back to UFOs," and then he keeps going on and on and on and on some other tangent, and then he's like, "But to bring it back to UFOs," and that happens multiple times throughout this episode, and it is funny. And he is talking about the subject the most of the episode. It's just there's so much depth that has to be understood regarding the history, the possible future, and our current state of physics. If you're going to actually talk about technology that is beyond what is currently known to exist, at least in the public eye. But it's mainly about, the science of UFOs and the future and past of physics. So that's what we're going to focus on. There's lots of very important things that were said, and I have a list here of probably like 60 different parts of the 4.5 hour long episode, but we're going to, not go to all of them. So ask any questions that you have in the chat. Super chats should be open if you are feeling generous, but there is no, I don't expect it, so it's fine. Like, I hope that didn't come off as like bad, but I never have the super chats on. I don't know how to say like what that like the super chats are on, but I put them on for the last like 2 times, and I still have no idea how to say, oh, the super chats are on, and I feel guilty when I tell people. So sorry for the awkwardness, but I appreciate you liking this video. That's even more important to me than anything else. So ask any questions you have in the chat, and I will try and get to them. This episode is episode 1945. That is the episode number. And the first part that I want to show is kind of to give a context to why he's so passionate about this, and why he should be so passionate about this subject. Because I think the interest in physics has gone up. The passion and the reverence for physics has gone down in society. So this is what this first clip is on.
An EV Ferrari. So if they made an electrical Ferrari, they're talking about making fake Ferrari noises, which is just an atrocious. There's something about that as it's happening.
I get terrified of it because they sneak up behind me.
That is an issue.
Yeah.
That is an issue.
Okay, but so getting back to the whole UFO thing and the progress, we don't realize what percentage of life was determined by physics, right? So, for example, Wi-Fi and all the communication is the electromagnetic spectrum, including radio waves. We don't realize the semiconductor, which created the logic gate. All we did was scale it up, and that now it's ChatGPT.
Yeah.
The number of things that have changed the world, whether it's the World Wide Web coming out of CERN, physics is really what has moved the dial, including molecular biology, founded by physicists, more or less. So when you lose this community, you don't understand. Like, you think, okay, that's some egghead shit. It isn't. Physics is basically progress. Physics created the modern economy, and to have a 50-year stagnation, particularly, and I want to draw a really important contrast. 1968 was the year we discovered the quark. So in every proton, there are 3 valence quarks, 2 of them named up, 1 of them named down. In a neutron, it's 2 downs and 1 up. So that's how neutrons and protons are not fundamental. When we found the neutron, it was in 1932. So my aunt, Judy, shout out to Aunt Judy in Philadelphia, is older than the neutron. And the neutron doomed us as a species. Like, that one discovery more or less indicated that if we do not leave this world, we will die here in short order. Because if you throw a proton at a very heavy nucleus, it doesn't crash into the nucleus. You've got all these protons in the center that are all positively charged, and this one guy is coming in, at high speed, and all these massive protons say, like charges repel, and this thing just runs away like a scaredy cat. A neutron is almost a proton. It's basically the same kind of a deal, but with no charge. So it doesn't understand that you're telling it, go back, danger. And it just screams in, and it can split these nuclei, releasing all of this energy. And then you get these chain reactions with the neutrons radiating out. So in 1932, we discovered the neutron. I think it was by 38, this woman named Lise Meitner figures out the chain reaction. By 42, 10 years after the discovery of the neutron, Enrico Fermi, in something called Chicago Pile 1, CP1, crazily does a controlled chain reaction under the bleachers of the University of Chicago. Shout out to the University of Chicago Stadium, which could have obliterated the city of Chicago if it had gone critical, right? I mean, if it had just run away, nobody knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
So we trusted the city of Chicago to Enrico Fermi's calculation. By 45, you get Trinity and the 2 bombs we drop on Japan. And then in 1952, game over, you have Ivy Mike and the first thermonuclear weapon based on the Teller-Ulam design, which uses the fission bomb just for foreplay as the detonator that causes the waves to go out and radiate out against the shell. And I think we still don't talk exactly how we do it.
Okay, so what's he talking about? I don't want to just be playing the episode because I don't want to get hit by a copyright. Please don't hit me with a copyright. Anybody who works for Joe Rogan or Eric Weinstein. But what he's talking about is the consequences of physics. And this is something that nobody in our time really realizes, is that physics that's done well, in that it is, done with a degree of competency, leads to results in technology. And those results in technology have consequences. Right now, it's all theoretical. What if we live in the multiverse? What if, the cat is dead and alive at the same time? What if, there's 11 dimensions of hyperspace? None of this matters at all to anything. And it hasn't for, like he said, probably 50 years. He's, more aware of this than me. But, I mean, I'm definitely aware that physics is stalled. And we're going to talk about this a lot tonight, I think, because I think that we don't include all the possibilities to explain why this is the case. And some of them are kind of crazy. And I know that, anybody who is involved with academia is likely to brand some of these ideas that we're going to talk about tonight as insane, but that doesn't matter. They think lots of things are insane, but if they might be correct. And so we're going to talk about them. But he's talking about how we went from discovering quarks that go on to make up the hadrons that then can be, manipulated into fission and fusion technologies. And, we had the fission bomb, which we dropped on Japan twice. And then we tested the hydrogen bomb. Hydrogen bomb has never been used in war ever. It is considerably more powerful and scalable compared to a fission bomb. Basically, it uses fission bomb as the spark, and then it's they call them sometimes fission fusion bombs, or fission fusion fission, I think. But it's a combination of the two technologies to have something like the Tsar Bomba, which was the biggest nuclear weapon ever detonated, and at the very last minute they halved the size of the bomb because it had an adjustable core. And so it was going to be, I think, I don't want to botch it, but they halved the size. I have an idea of what it was, but I don't want to fail. But they cut the size in half, the last minute, guys. That's the relevant part. And the bomber that dropped it barely got away. So nobody died from that explosion, supposedly. But if they hadn't done that, I bet you the crew that flew that dropped the bomb would probably not have survived. But physics has consequences. We've never seen these things in our lifetime go off. And we also haven't really seen that much good consequences to physics, because by the time most of the people who are watching this were born, we had fission power plants for quite some time, and we had been talking about fusion power plants for quite some time, and we're still talking about them, and it's never resulted in really anything applicable. Every 5 years they say they have had another major breakthrough, and then nothing happens. So they say fusion power plants are the technology that's 20 years away and always will be, and that might be true. I'm not somebody who is actually very confident that we are going to go down that road. I think by the time that we could, we'll probably have access to energy that is more practical anyways. So, but physics has consequences, and it is not treated as such, and I think that's an important thing to remember whenever we are discussing, the possible theories of physics. Is we should be asking, what are the implications on our life of this work? Because if all your work is just purely theoretical and cannot be applied to daily life for anyone, or can't be applied to, technological development, or can't be applied to, new sources of power, new ways of transportation, new methods of transportation, then why are we investing so much into this? I get it. We want to know what the universe is, and but that's like, you can do philosophy on that, right? You don't need to invest billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars into theories that there's no expected practical application. I think that that's just a waste of time. I mean, why would it not be? So when we're judging physics theories in terms of where we put our focus, I really think that we need to include as a factor in determining whether or not something is worth our time, is how is this going to impact humanity? How could this impact humanity? Obviously, we don't know for sure, but if nobody has, if even the people who made the theory have no flippin' idea what the practical application of it ever could be, they don't even have a guess, then that doesn't sound like it's worth your focus. I mean, we have a limited amount of time here, guys. So next clip. Thought that this was interesting. If you follow my work with sentient singularity theory, and you follow this channel, then I will just say that I believe that Eric Weinstein's theory, geometric unity, is it's a much better direction for physics to go than what it's currently focused on, I think. And I think that most of the philosophical implications of geometric unity are correct and are aligned with my work in sentient singularity theory. I don't view geometric unity as a competitor to mine. If anything, if I'm right and he's right, if he's right that his theory is right, and I'm right that my theory is right, then they would complement each other and in certain ways. They wouldn't be the only ones. There's other theories out there that I think are correct. That are about post-Einsteinian physics, and I think that all of them will complement each other. But geometric unity I would include in that list. It's funny, Eric says all the time, he's like, I'm not a physicist. Eric is one of the few physicists in the world that's a theoretical physicist, that I would call a theoretical physicist, like a real theoretical physicist. I was listening to Feynman, no, it wasn't, not Feynman. It was, I think it was Freeman Dyson who was talking to Brian Keating today. Brian Keating. I didn't really watch it, but I heard it come on. Dyson. I think it was Freeman Dyson. Yeah, and we'll maybe talk about that because it was a great talk. I highly recommend watching it. We might talk about it next week. But he was talking about, creating the scale models for Project Orion and things like that. And our physicists don't know anything about this. They sit at blackboards and just do, exercises in their heads, basically. And that's very different than, a physicist who recognizes and is focused on the application of their theories, whatever those applications may be. And I think that we don't have very many physicists today that have any theoretical proposals that seem to have some credible implications on their application, other than a few that are usually proposed by non-physicists like Eric. So, but I would say he's a physicist, much closer to like Freeman Dyson and Teller and all the physicists of the past, Einstein even, than he is to our current theoretical physicists.
Quantum theory, quantum field theory, quantum mechanics, and gravitational physics under general relativity really had unified field theory become sort of like a joke, old-timey expression for the future of physics. And we substituted quantum gravity for the merger of quantum theory, quantum field theory, quantum mechanics, and gravitational physics under general relativity. That program, that dog doesn't hunt. And it hasn't hunted for 70 years. So I wanted to trace this back. How is it that the field became convinced that something which clearly doesn't seem to work and has had all of the resources, all of the best minds at its disposal, it sucks up everything, and it just doesn't work? Why can't I question this? Where did this come from?
So, to be specific, like how many people are working on this problem? And how many people have been working on this problem for 70 years without progress?
I would say that the period between 1953 and 73, there are parallel things. Quantum gravity is not the mainstream at all. Okay? So real physics is happening between 53 and 73 by anybody's understanding.
Okay.
Between 1973 and 1984, or let's say 74 to 84, because we'll group 73 with to 53. You have 10 years of super exciting guesses about the extension of our understanding. Things called supersymmetry, grand unified theory, technicolor, asymptotic safety. These are really responsible guesses, axions. And somebody like Sean Carroll or Neil deGrasse Tyson might talk to you about these things when they come in. In 1984, there's an earthquake called the anomaly cancellation. And a failed theory of strong physics. The physics needed to glue two protons together in a helium nucleus because they both hate each other because of electromagnetism and want to separate, but something is binding them together like a family structure, right? That force.
Okay, interesting. Real quick, if you follow my work, then you know that I talk about how the nucleus of an atom and the binding of protons and neutrons to each other mirrors human marital patterns. And it's interesting that he said, even here, that Eric stated the same basic thing, which is that protons and neutrons are held together by something like a family structure. It is exactly that. That's exactly what it is. Interesting.
Initially tried to fix by thinking of it as string. We'll put like elastic bands between things and it'll pull things back together. That didn't work. But then we repurposed it and it said, no, it's quantum gravity. And one single individual who is the most dominant mind on planet Earth at the moment, effectively Voldemort, a person whose name we are a little bit afraid to invoke and cause wrath, said in 1984, no, string theory is the way. This anomaly cancellation was unexpected, and it clearly points to the fact that we are, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to quantize.
Who's that person?
Edward Witten.
And in physics circles, you're not allowed to bring this guy up?
No, we talk about him. Everybody talks about him. But to challenge him? Think about Agent Smith. Think about playing one-on-one with Michael Jordan in his prime.
He's that good.
Joe, I don't think... I'm dumb enough not to be intellectually afraid of anyone else on planet Earth at this point. I am terrified of this person.
Really?
I've said he's the Michael Jordan of theoretical physics. If only Michael Jordan could play better basketball.
That's hilarious. I mean,
I'm not kidding around, Joe.
I understand why people say that, to some degree about Ed Witten, but he's what he talks about is so far beyond you often like what I think about, so I'm not really qualified to like speak about it. But I will say that if you're basically the leader of the movement for string theory and it doesn't lead to any physics. Physics is the science of impact. It is the study of how things impact each other. That's what it really is. I mean, this is why it swallows up everything, even though it's, first there's Newtonian physics, and then it's, general relativity, and then it's quantum physics, and which is borderline metaphysics at that point. And mark my words, like I mean, you don't even have to trust me on this. Look at every conversation on physics and why are they talking about consciousness constantly? It's because the field is even swallowing that. It's and it should, because that is what's responsible for quantum physics and even general relativity. But it's interesting that the people who are the leaders of physics right now would not say that. But yet they'll include consciousness in talks about physics constantly. But I don't think this culture of like, I don't know. It's almost like idol worship of Ed Witten is good. It's just not. I mean, the guy has literally, his theories have resulted in nothing. I actually think that there are some things in string theory that will prove out and seem suggested by my work to be very central to the next, level of the exploration of physics, I guess you could say, or even metaphysics, like the Calabi-Yau manifold, the six-dimensional manifold at every point in space and time. I have a theory about what that is, and but at the same time, that hasn't led to anything. His incorporation of structures like that and study of structures like that, it hasn't led to anything. So I don't understand why everybody is like so afraid to tackle Ed Witten at this point. I think the only reason is that I don't think anybody else has any ideas. Like, I was once in a discussion with Eric and other people with degrees in physics and math in a Discord, and there was a girl in there who was a physicist and who had worked at CERN at some point, and she basically stated that when she was working at CERN, she was very concerned about the culture, because she said that practically nobody really knew what was going on, and everybody thought everyone else knew what was going on. So it's like where you have, a team project at in school or something, and there's, most of the kids on the team don't know what's going on. They're just like do what they're told by the other kids who they assume do know what's going on. But basically, it's way worse than that, because you're giving them controls to that Large Hadron Collider, and it's there doesn't, I don't think there really is anyone who is a mainstream physicist like traditionally, as far as we would think of today, who has any clue about what's going on. And so they can't challenge Ed Witten because they don't have any ideas of their own. Eric does, and so, you know, he'll say he's afraid to challenge him, but he challenges him in pretty much every stream that he goes on. So, which he should. He should challenge Ed Witten. People who with new ideas need to challenge string theory. And ultimately, what we are is people. So to challenge string theory is also inevitably going to be to challenge, you know, the people who are pushing it, like Michio Kaku and you know, Ed Witten. So next clip. Eric talks a lot about string theory, and I think that we have to. Guys, when I was in college, like 12 years ago, 11 years ago, 10 years ago, I used to watch so many documentaries on string theory, and I never understood any of it, but it was just like, you know, I was just fascinated by what they were saying, but fascinated because I didn't understand it, and I just assumed that they did. It was the same thing as like what's happening in physics departments, but I wasn't, you know, I didn't have any credentials. But you think that people know what it means to have the universe be made of vibrating strings in 11-dimensional hyperspace or whatever? No. Do you think anybody understands what it means for the cat to be dead and alive at the same time? No, because it doesn't actually make any sense. That's not it's like it was said poorly, and then people didn't understand it, and then they just repeated it because it made other people be like, whoa, man, you know that like a cat is dead and alive at the same time. It's just such nonsense. Physics it doesn't exist anymore, almost on an academic level in physics departments. It does in these weird other niche groups, you know, where you have computer scientists and neuroscientists and molecular biologists, and these people are actually working on physics, even though they don't have degrees in physics. And then the people we call physicists are not working on physics. They're kind of working on cosmology, and they're basically just guessing at it, even then. And they're for the most part very wrong. I was listening to Brian Keating talk to Freeman Dyson today, and like that man has just a different mentality on the world than like a Sean Carroll. Just a much more humble and I'm not trying to criticize Sean Carroll's character, if you know, in any serious way or anything like that, but like the atheism like has infected our universities, guys. It's just a fact. Like, I don't mean that to be judge in a judging way of anyone, I don't at all, but it has caused a weird paradox where everybody thinks that they have the universe figured out, but then says that they don't have the universe figured out. And if you don't have the universe figured out, then like you should be more humble about that. So.
And all this stuff. The actual genesis of these two families having this outsized impact on the future of theoretical physics comes from two different people who are almost never talked about. Matter of fact, most physicists have no idea their names. One is named Agnew Bainson, and the other is named Roger Babson. And these two guys were deep into anti-gravity. So the world's greatest mind and greatest living theoretical physics mind is the son of the most prominent anti-gravity researcher, I swear, I kid you not, from the 1950s. Whoa.
What are the odds of that? Probably 100%. Also, I will say as we go forward, and Eric says some things in this that, if they're true, have incredible implications about secret physics projects, and we're going to talk a bit about that. But it's funny because he talks. We'll get into it. I'm not going to get into it right now, but we will get into it. But he basically he proposes the possibility that the world's most successful hedge fund or at least the hedge fund run by the world's most successful hedge fund manager is a front business for basically back engineering UFOs or the exploration of post-Einsteinian physics, whatever, that would probably be two things that are inclusive of each other. But this is what he's getting at, is the history here of anti-gravity research. And it is something that has kind of disappeared from current physics pursuits. And it appears to me, at least, and I assume this might be true of for Eric as well, even if we don't agree on what the likely cause of this is, that this is that the divergence away from the pursuit of the manipulation of gravity, or what would appear to be the manipulation of gravity, is artificial. Meaning it's intentional by some entity, whether that is, intelligence agencies or deep black programs or, defense contractors or something else, which we'll get into. So
now there's an official story about this. The official story that both the DeWitts tell and the Wittens tell is, oh yeah, there were these crazy people. They were very embarrassing. They were always focused on anti-gravity. But we were clever enough to defraud them of their money to do real gravitational research. Ha ha ha.
They both said that? Both families?
Well, they didn't use defraud.
But that's kind of what they implied?
That's correct. Because it's an embarrassment. And in order to understand this hugely productive period relative to the stagnation is incredibly high prestige. Like most of the positions at the Institute for Advanced Study, the top physics department ostensibly in the world, right? You had a director named Robert Dijkgraaf, string theorist. You had Edward Witten, string theorist. Natty Seiberg, string theorist. Juan Maldacena, string theorist. And you had this guy, Nima Arkani Hamed, who I hope you will have on this program, who's amazing, who is not a string theorist, but very string sympathetic. This thing dominated. It just took over. And this weird genesis of a high prestige field that can't accomplish what it's setting out to accomplish is in contrast to this mixed period between 1953 and 1973, where you have the world's most prestigious physicists palling around with pseudoscience, UFO type stuff, gravity shielding, all this stuff. So Babson is so crazy. You can't even believe this story is true. But he claims that his sister drowned in a pond because even though she was a good swimmer, she couldn't overcome gravity. So gravity becomes his sworn enemy. And he's going to use his fortune that he's predicted from, that he's gotten from predicting the crash of 1929 because of Newton's laws. What goes up must come down. So he gets out of the stock market 6 months early. Babson makes a fortune. He, Edison, and Clarence Birdeye of frozen food, fame, form this sort of little intellectual collective where they're going to defeat gravity. So, for example, because people are going to say, Eric, this is all nonsense, and it isn't. Jamie, is it possible to pull up a stone monument at Tufts University to the anti-gravity that was done there? So put in Tufts stone anti-gravity. This guy littered universities all across the country with these monuments to prove that this anti-gravity stuff was actually taking place at American universities. And he established an essay contest, All right, so check this out. This monument has been erected by the Gravity Research Foundation, Roger Babson, founder, to remind students of the blessing that forthcomes when science determines what gravity is and how it works and how it may be controlled. This is about UFOs and the idea that we are going to harness the power of gravity and we are going to get a supreme advantage. And these stones are littered around the country. Here's another one.
So this is not why.
Fascinating. Fascinating. So, there was a movement in physics that was dedicated to the discovery of ways to manipulate gravity. And what you can see when you look at the history is that every now and then somebody will claim to make progress on this. And then they will, and there was even, I think her name was Ming Lee. She was a physicist, University of Alabama. Let's see. Ming Lee, anti-gravity. She claimed Ning Li was a controversial American scientist known for controversial anti-gravity research. In 1990s, Ning worked as a research scientist at the Center for Space, Plasma, and Aeronomic Research in the University of Alabama in Huntsville. So she runs this experiment and publishes the results of it that showed that she was able to manipulate gravity. The thing gets peer-reviewed, as if that really matters, but still, you know, for the sake of the is it peer-reviewed people out there. And it starts to pick up steam, and it becomes this phenomenon a little bit, from what I can gather. I wasn't there, but reading about it. And then, all of a sudden, she states, oh, sorry, it was all a mistake. This didn't work, actually, and nothing to see here. And then gets a contract from the Department of Defense, I believe, from the government. She starts her own company and disappears out of academia, maybe to work, you know, in the middle of the Nevada desert or something like that. And this is very, the U.S. Department of Defense grant for $500,000 in 2001 to continue anti-gravity research. So the grant period ended in 2002, but no results from this project were ever made public. No evidence exists that the company performed any other work, although as of 2021, AC Gravity still remains listed as an extant business. Fascinating. You know, it's interesting that it's called AC Gravity. Alternating current is like, I don't know if that's why she called it AC Gravity, but I'm guessing. And there's a reason why Tesla won against Edison with AC current instead of, direct current. And it's because AC current, the on-off, 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 is much more in alignment with the logos of the cosmos and the patterns of energy generation. And you can see this even with beings like humans and dogs and fish and everything else, and probably things that we just haven't figured out how to observe this with. But we can't just stay awake. We're not just born and we stay awake until we die. We're born, we are awake, then we go to sleep, then we're awake, then we go to sleep, then we're awake, then we go to sleep. And this is alternating current on like the human level, the organism level, essentially. And it's interesting that, Edison also won. And then it's also here, AC Gravity, if that's what it is. But in her theory, if a large number of ions could be aligned in a Bose-Einstein condensate, the resulting effect would be a very strong gravitomagnetic field producing a strong repulsive force. The alignment may be possible by tapping superconductor ions on a lattice structure in a high-temperature superconducting disk. Lee claimed that experimental results confirmed her theories. Her claim of having functional anti-gravity devices was cited by the popular press and in popular science magazines, With some enthusiasm at the time. In 1997, Lee published a paper stating that the recent experiments reported anomalous weight changes between 0.5 and 2% for a test mass suspended by a rotating superconductor, although the same paper describes another experiment that showed the gravitational effect on a non-rotating superconductor was very small, if any existed at all. So she died on July 27th of 2021 at the age of 79. So this is not non-existent, even in more recent times than what Eric is talking about. But it's funny because it's never allowed to go anywhere. And I don't think that it will, even though I think that it's true. I think that, there's structures that are artificially suppressing our physics. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. So, here.
That's crackpot.
Because it hasn't yielded results?
No, hugely embarrassing because it carries the stench of pseudoscience. See, when people don't like me coming on your program and saying things that nobody else in the world is saying, they call me a pseudoscientist, or that's crackpot. And these words, like, you don't take them that seriously. We had this discussion before with, like, Tim Dillon saying something about me. What has he ever done? Academics play these games with each other where we try to push each other out of the ring like sumo wrestlers. And the way you push somebody out is you say, oh, that guy's a crackpot. He's a grifter. He's a pseudoscientist.
Right.
He's nutty. He's a nutter. Bullshit. This was the marriage of the ultimate nuttiness with the highest prestige physics we know how to do. And
was this considered nuttiness in 64, though?
This is the interesting question. In the middle of the 1950s, this is mainstream in newspapers. But, for example, Bryce DeWitt, so here's how the two stories cross. Okay, you start off with Babson and Bainson.
Okay.
They're the money. Babson found something called the Gravity Research Foundation in New Boston, New Hampshire. And he gets the Glenn L. Martin Company, which is the precursor of Martin Marietta, precursor of Lockheed Martin. Do you know this stuff?
No.
Okay. And he gets them to hire Lewis Witten out of Johns Hopkins. Lewis Witten is
Ed Witten's father,
who takes the position and forms something called the Research Institute for Advanced Study. Now, you've probably heard of Bell Labs or Xerox PARC, and you probably haven't heard of the Research Institute for Advanced Study.
No.
Yet, this has illustrious names associated with it. Solomon Lefschetz, the great topologist, comes out of retirement to work on this anti-gravity inspired project. Rudolf Kalman of Kalman Filtering. There's no shortage. Sheldon Glashow, who discovers spontaneous symmetry breaking under Julian Schwinger at Harvard, is attached to the Research Institute of Advanced Study. It has a campus in Baltimore, Maryland that, I can tell you the address at some point. We pretend that it didn't happen and doesn't exist. But for example, if you were to look at Brown University.
Okay. Now we're going to talk about why. Why is it that physics may be artificially stalled? And we're going to talk about what are the decision trees here. And Eric mentioned some of them. Sorry, I was sitting on my foot and I was going to sleep. But Eric mentioned some of the possibilities here, and there's one, though, that he doesn't mention. And I think that it's really relevant, but I'm not saying that we can do anything about it, is that if you assume that these beings that are flying these craft are here and that they're not human as we know it, that there's, that this is an alternative civilization to our own. It's not a deep black project on its own by Lockheed Martin, but it's, maybe linked to it. then it's possible that that the suppression of our technology is being done by beings from another civilization. You know, it's funny because you have Stephen Greer, who will sit there and say, oh, well, you know, there's this galactic federation of, you know, space monks, basically, that are just peaceful Buddhists from, you know, Zeta Reticuli, essentially. And I think that this is nonsense. And then that there's this evil quasi-government, quasi-private, you know, group of people who are faking alien invasions and things like that, and you know, trying to scare people, and who are hiding technologies that are so far in advance of anything that is made public, like not like stealth aircraft, but like anti-gravity tech, and that they are basically keeping this back so that they can gain more money. Because if they have this back, then they can fake an alien invasion, and then the Defense Department will, you know, give Lockheed Martin, you know, the next biggest contract after the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, which is the biggest contract in military history, and it was given to Lockheed Martin. And so, I think that this is kind of nonsense. This is the same exact narrative, just with aliens added to it, as they took Tesla's tech and the oil companies hid it because they wanted to keep us on oil, because if we figured out a way to use, you know, energies that are not just fossil fuels, then they would lose all their money. While I think that there is a degree of corporate suppression happening, and institutional suppression, and government classification, we have to, if you're going to assume that these beings exist, then nothing's off the table, okay? You can't be like, oh, well, I'll grant and, you know, entertain the idea that there's these beings that are maybe visiting us from another civilization, or maybe the solar system, or maybe they've been here, you know, commingling with us on Earth, which is what Eric says in this. He's like, assuming that they're here, then they're from so far away, or they've been commingling here, and who knows what the answer is. If you assume that, even for the sake of argument, how can you not also entertain the idea that they are involved in the suppression of our technology? You know, they're clear. If they are here, then you have to assume that they don't want, that they're hiding from us, because they are. Why would, otherwise they would let us see them, you know, very clearly everywhere. They're hiding from us. Why? It's a good question. Is it because they need us to advance culturally into some peace-loving, you know, monks that have access to warp technology, and until then they have the, you know, hands-off Star Trek, whatever it is. I wasn't a Trekkie, but, you know, that they couldn't, the just their creed that they can't, like, interfere with a civilization that doesn't have warp. And I think that that's also nonsense. That doesn't make any sense, for multiple reasons. What does make sense, if they are here and they are hiding from us, is that they don't want us aware, obviously, of their existence in a transparent fashion, meaning they don't want us technologically aware of what they're capable of, maybe. Otherwise, what are you hiding, you know, other than your capabilities? Why would they not be suppressing our physics in some way? You know, whether that's through collaboration with institutions and people, and or through means that we have, you know, I can't imagine. Why would that not be taking place? You know, physics and science advances exponentially. It does go up and down, but it goes up 2 and then down 1 and up, you know, 4 and down 2 and then up 8 and down 4, but then up 16, and it's just exponential like that. You do have dark ages, but then you do have a series of alternating currents of dark ages and Renaissance periods. And we're in a dark ages, but we've been in an extended dark ages. Because as you get more technologically advanced, the time of the dark ages and the time of the Renaissance periods are quicker. Okay? So the Renaissance might be 200 years when you don't have fossil fuels other than burning coal and fire, firewood. But then you have the creation of gasoline and jet fuel and all kinds of other things, and then you have nuclear energy and fission power plants and things like that. And the alternating of no progress or backwards progress even and progress gets quicker and quicker. But then for some reason we have been stuck for way longer, it appears like, than we should have been in physics, if there's anything more. You might say there's nothing more, and we've basically figured it out. But if you don't believe that, and you think that there's the ability to navigate degrees of freedom that are spatial or temporal in ways that are hard for us to think about, and that would open up completely new and novel possibilities for human technological abilities, then you have to wonder why we have not made progress. Maybe it's because we're being prevented. And Eric says on here, he says, he talks about this island in the Pacific, and it's in the Indian Ocean, I believe. It's off of India, and it is called North Sentinel Island, and it is home to the descendants of people from Africa, and they are still stuck in the Stone Ages. They are still in the garden, guys. They haven't left the garden, and India prevents people from landing there. It's against the law, because every time that somebody has landed there, for the most part, they get killed by these people. And, they get shot with a bow and arrow or spear or something. And these people who live on this island have no idea that there's jets flying above their head at 30,000 feet, at 600 miles an hour. They have no idea that nukes have ever gone off. They have no idea that there is an internet that connects every single person who has left the garden on Earth to every other person. They have no idea. They don't even know about the internet. They've never heard of Steve Jobs. They've never heard of alternating current. They don't know who Nikola Tesla is. They've never heard of electricity. They don't know what it is. And they're there. And we, for some reason, are preventing them from getting to know any other people, which I think is extraordinarily discriminatory, to be quite honest. But you either treat them like people or you don't, is my opinion on it. But they're basically forbidden from contact with anyone who is not, a current resident of this island. And he says that what if this is happening to us? What if there's beings that are what if we are under the territory of a civilization that's greater than ours, and they are preventing others from landing here and talking to us? My theory on this, my perspective on this is, what if there is a civilization that is preventing us from advancing our physics? Instead of them, just preventing other people from landing and making contact with us, what if they're preventing our physics? What if, imagine every time that, India noticed, as they study these people on North Sentinel Island, that some guy, figures out some new technological development. I don't know, he finds some copper and mixes it with lemon juice and starts realizing that an electrical current is being made or something. And then India sees this happening and is like, oh, no, we're going to take care of that. And they go and, I don't know, they pay that guy off somehow not to say anything. They extract him from the island. Maybe they kill him. Who knows? Maybe they confuse him by messing with the results of his experiments, with lemon juice and copper. What if that's happening? I'm seeing my stream is like a little laggy as I talk about this, and it's kind of funny. But let me know in the chat how the stream looks. But Chris Langan said this on his interview with Michael Knowles for the Daily Wire, and they forbid that from airing. Imagine you call up a guy and you fly him out to do an interview, do this whole interview. The interview goes great. Doesn't say anything controversial in the interview that's like cruel or in any way. He's kind the entire time. And he advocates for the values that you espouse. This is what happened with this interview. And then it's not allowed to be shown. I wonder why. He's in that interview, it was one of the few times I've ever seen anybody suggest the possibility that our technological stagnation might be due to an outside force. He was like, maybe they're messing with humanity in some way. You can't say that's crazy. If you're going to be Eric Weinstein and you're like, well, what if there's like an India, but an intergalactic India, and it's preventing other intergalactic nations from landing on Earth and interacting with us because they've claimed us as their territory. Well, what if they're preventing our physics from advancing? What if they're leading string theory, in some way, or pushing it, and they're suppressing geometric unity? Because why would they want us to be on their level if they're hiding from us? It's like if you wanted the North Sentinelese to advance, then you'd probably not try and hide people from going over there and showing them things, or you wouldn't hide them, prevent them from seeing, helicopters and things like that if you could avoid it. You would want to make their imaginations, spin. And it seems like the opposite is happening in our physics. Nobody has any more imagination. And I wonder why. But what Eric said earlier, though, about how academics try and push each other out of the ring by calling each other pseudoscientists and quacks is so true. And but here's the thing. That is what people do, academics do, who don't have anything of value to add. Maybe not anything, but they don't have confidence in what they have of value to add. Because otherwise they could just put forward what they have, and they wouldn't need to knock somebody out of the ring in order to win. It's academia. It's not a NASCAR race. Okay? People win when others, the march toward truth is not one in which there are winners and losers. It is one where if nobody wins, then nobody wins. But you need some people to win for everybody to win. So it's not an entirely collective, it's not just a collective endeavor, but it's led by individuals. But it is for the sake of the collective. It's not just for the sake of the individuals. It's for the sake of the impact that you're going to make. It's not for the sake of getting a trophy. But it's become about that because there's no advances that are happening right now in academia that are super groundbreaking in the way that would show people, at least that would show people that that we all can win, that would inspire others to, oh, I see that worked for you. That makes me think of this idea. Let's check to see if this works. It's just oh, that guy's a pseudoscientist and he's a quack, and like, let's not talk about it. Anyways, I know I'm ranting a bit, but there was so much to talk about on this, and he kind of talks like I do. So like, you have me talking like this, and Eric's talking like this in this interview, and so good luck, guys. But next clip.
D5. D5. In Bainson through Bryce DeWitt, who is the person who repurposed the Gravity Research Foundation essay, which is only supposed to be about harnessing gravity, anti-gravity devices like UFOs. And he said, well, if you really want to get to anti-gravity, you have to do it through quantum gravity. Right? Now, he did that, and then a couple of people from the Institute, it was Arnowit and Desser, entered and won this competition that had the stench about it because it was like stigmatized. You're going to enter a competition for anti-gravity devices? Oppenheimer says, wow, you guys won this by using the name of the Institute for Advanced Study. You give the money back right now. We're not going to touch pseudoscience. The guys kept the money. And then the floodgates opened, and Penrose entered it, Wilczek entered it. Everybody and their mother, Martin Pearl, entered this competition. Lots of Nobel laureates win it. This is this marriage of total bullshit and top drawer physics that the rest of us are not allowed to participate. So if you want a weird model for how physics works, think about diplomatic immunity, but in science. You've got this group of people at the top who are allowed to engage in quackery. They can hang out at Esalen and smoke dope and take LSD and go into sensory deprivation tanks like Feynman. They can pal around with rich people who are talking about anti-gravity, but the rest of us have to stay in our lane. Well, that ends now. Now that I've been contacted by people saying, Eric, Sam Harris and I were both contacted saying that there's a disclosure planned and there's big updates and we need you to communicate this news to the world.
There's disclosure about a specific technology.
About something, more or less the way this works.
Okay, so that's true. What he just said about immunity, diplomatic immunity in science. I was called a pseudoscientist so many times, and I will continue to be called that, and it's fine. I get it. I don't want to say it's a badge of honor like some people say, but it kind of if somebody's called a pseudoscientist, for the most part, I'm more interested in what they have to say at this point, because I know that the people who call other people pseudoscientists have no ideas of their own. But this is a problem, and the only way to fix this, though, is, I think, well, there's multiple issues with this. For one, if our physics is being suppressed, I don't know how much we're going to be allowed to manipulate gravity publicly. I just don't, guys. The thing is, and Stephen Greer does get something right. He said a lot of the reason why Stephen Greer is a weird mixture of knowing a lot of things that he shouldn't know and that are implied by my work that some of the top physicists don't know in the world today. But he knows it, and which implies to me that there are black projects going on that he does have connections with. But I also think he is being used for disinformation quite a bit. Where by who? That's the question. Ultimately, not through who, but by who. And I would have said that, oh, well, all it's going to take to disprove this is to just call out the fact that string theory has not made any progress, and then make progress. You have to make progress. You can't just call out the fact that string theory makes no progress. You have to show experimental results. I don't know how much this is going to be allowed by whatever power it is that is preventing our physics from advancing where it seems to be. And I think that it's a combination thing. I think that it's whatever the civilization is that is around us. I do believe that they're there. And I also believe that just the consequences of our education system promoting people to positions of power in academia that that had incentive structures that selected for people who were not thinking as much as they were regurgitating information. And I think that it's also that there are quasi-government, quasi-private endeavors to advance technology that they want to keep hidden. So I think it's like a combination of factors, but ultimately, the one that really can stop you is the civilization that has access to all the crazy things that, maybe geometric unity could help us get if it was allowed to advance. And I don't know if it will be allowed by them. It's not just Sean Carroll and Ed Witten and the string theorists and the multiverse people who are preventing new physics ideas. I think it's more than that, but I do think that we do need to recognize that those people are not making any advances in physics. Like, physics is the study of impact, guys. It's not the study of math. Like, it involves math, but it is not mathematics, and it is about application. If it's not, then it's not. $2. Do you think that the higher civilization knows of God? I've thought about this a lot. I think that they know that we're inside a mind. But I don't think that they think about it in terms of a hierarchy like they should. There is I don't think that actually a lot of the technological things that they do are very good for the coherence of information in the universe. And even when Eric's talking about, which we're going to get into, is how do you move from one place in space to another? How do you move from one place in time to another, potentially? And I think that the way in which those would be done is possible, but I don't think that they are good for the coherence of information in the universe. Or at least if they are done, then they need to be done on a small scale, or maybe even with permission in some form or fashion from the universe itself. And I know that sounds crazy, but I think it's basically like CRISPR for the universe. You're taking information from one spot and transferring it over to the other through this process that doesn't keep the coherence of information in the chain that is space-time, basically. And I think that beings that do that aren't... When you want to do that, I think that it implies that you might not be viewing, like, even if you know that we're inside a mind, you're not viewing it as our master. If that was what I'll say, I guess, in the way that we should. I think. I don't think we're meant to jump through space and time, to be quite honest. At least not right now. Maybe in a post-singularity or post-messianic era, if you're religious or scientific, that's the same thing. Then, because then you have this more universal coherence of information happening that might allow for that to be done without causing problems. But, it's almost like a little bit of cancer is okay. You're not going to die, but like a lot of cancer is going to kill you. It's like maybe the universe is also not wanting us to have this technology, because a little bit of these beings that's left over from their dying civilization, which I do think their civilization's dying. I don't think that I think it can't not be. Eric talks about in here, he talks about the twin nuclei problem. The twin nuclei problem is the problem with technology, which is what I talk about on here. And it was the issue with technology, with technological development. The two main issues, according to the twin nuclei problem and Eric's perspective, is the ability to manipulate information inside the nucleus of a cell, and the ability to manipulate information inside the nucleus of an atom. One of them gives you weaponized viruses and bioweapons, and the other one gives you hydrogen bombs. And neither one is really good, but I actually think that I say the trinuclei problem. The other one is messing with the family structure in humans, which is like birth control was the technology that was the breaking of the trinuclea. The third nucleus was the third nucleus to be broken. First, it was, I don't know if it was the third or if it was the second, but it was a nucleus that we broke, and we're seeing the problems that come from that. But I think that if you're one of these beings from another civilization, I think that the main thing that kills you is probably, other than ignorance and things like that, is probably not nukes. It's probably CRISPR, to be quite honest. Because I don't think that you can ever fix it once you break it. I don't think that once you... And anything you do is breaking it. Any CRISPR manipulation is a breaking of the information coherence of your DNA. Any of it. It's not about whether or not you're precise enough. I got into an argument with a geneticist about this on Clubhouse once, and he was like, oh, Tyler, he's Russian. He's like, he's an amateur, and he doesn't realize that now there's this super precise way of altering genes, even among the different ways of doing CRISPR. He was basically saying, like, even now there's an even better, more precise way of doing CRISPR. Sorry for my terrible Russian accent. And I basically said to him, it has nothing to do with that. It doesn't matter how precise you are. My theory is about the study of information coherence. That is what it's about. That's if sentient singularity theory is about anything, it is about, or if it studies anything, it studies information coherence. And I'm telling you that CRISPR is breaking of information coherence, and so is jumping through spacetime. It's breaking of information coherence. The universe can fix this because it has, a God's eye view on things, and it can see things simultaneously and can make edits and things like that, I think, because it has to. Kind of like when we realize that you have like a little bit of cancer or something like that, you can like cut it out, because you're seeing the thing as yourself as a whole. But or you can I don't know, fix things. You can do medical procedures on your body in different locations. But if you're the cells in your body, then you don't realize like people are breaking there's information coherence is being broken by some cancerous cells that have forgotten the hierarchy. And so I do think that these beings are aware of God. I don't think they have reverence for God. That's my point. And there is a difference. So, next clip. Okay. This next clip is about Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and Eric talking about this with about UFOs with them, and how there doesn't appear to be any physicists on this project.
So I was open.
Hold on.
See.
Okay, here.
Am I right that you're telling me that these things are real? Yeah. And then I say, and that nobody could do this that we know of? I said, that's right, because they seem to defy the laws of physics. You hear this phrase over and again, defy the laws of physics. I say, great. I need to talk to somebody who speaks physics. How do you know they defy physical law? Well, we can see that they do. It's like, okay, if they defy physical law, then there should be a physicist to tell me that they defy physical law, who's seen the data. Maybe he can't release it to me, or she, but tell me somebody who speaks tensor analysis. Tell me somebody who knows what the Dirac equation is, like a pretty low bar for a physicist. There is no one. And I don't quite mean no one, but do you know who Eric W. Davis is?
No.
You ever heard of the Wilson memo?
No.
Okay, there's something called the Wilson memo where there's a physicist who meets a general or an admiral, and the general or the admiral is trying to figure out, I think this is at EG&G, why is there some program that I'm not allowed to know about? I have the highest clearances, I have a need to know. Like, sorry, we can't tell you. He's talking to somebody named Eric W. Davis. Eric W. Davis, so far as I can find, is the only person other than maybe Hal Puthoff who I've been able to talk to who speaks anything of these languages. This is not a particularly famous physicist. Hal Puthoff is an electrical engineer, I think PhD in electrical engineering. Eric W. Davis says to me, I said, is there nobody out here who speaks physics? This doesn't make any sense. And he says, well, you, Hal, and I are the three most technical people on this. Joe, I'm not even on this.
Okay, so here's why we have to talk about this a bit, because so Eric Davis is a physicist, I believe, is technically, and Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff are consultants, or at least Eric Davis was, and he works with Hal Puthoff in other ventures outside of the government at least. But Eric Davis is a consultant with the Pentagon, and he works on their UAP task force, whatever it's called nowadays, with Lou Elizondo and them. And he and Hal Puthoff, and if you want more information on this, I highly recommend subscribing to Richard Dolan's YouTube channel. He's definitely my favorite UFO researcher. He's a historian, and I think that that's exactly who I want to hear about this stuff from. And until somebody like Bob, whistleblower Bob Lazar type person comes out, I don't want to hear the media talking about like UFOs and things like that. I'd rather hear about it from somebody like Richard Dolan, and he's great. I definitely recommend listening to his streams. But he talks to these guys too, and I know he actually spoke to Eric Weinstein at a UFO convention once. Even I listened to the audio of it. But Eric Davis is not on this. This is what people don't understand. Everybody thinks that Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff know things and they're like in the projects that Bob Lazar was involved in. And I do believe Bob Lazar was on these projects. This is very important to understand. You have to know the history. This is why the history is important. Eric Davis met in this meeting, which is what Eric Weinstein is talking about, in the early 90s, I believe, with Admiral Wilson, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And he, by hierarchy at least, should have had oversight over any deep, black military projects. Special access programs, they're called. Stephen Greer and Edgar Mitchell. Edgar Mitchell is a Apollo astronaut, and he's no longer alive. And Stephen Greer, who is a former trauma surgeon and now UFO researcher, approached Admiral Wilson because Stephen Greer, through his insider contacts at Groom Lake, were able to get a memo that basically stated a list of black projects that were happening at Groom Lake at Area 51. And it was a very generic memo about something that is completely irrelevant. It was about, fire drills or something like that. I'm serious. I mean, I don't think it was fire drills, but it was about that type. It was something like that. It was there's going to be fire drills these days, and this project will be involved on this day, and this project, and this project will be involved that day. And, Renaissance project and sport model project and I don't know, Blue Fly project, like they're going to be involved this day. So it was about something totally generic, but it had a list of special access program code names on it. And he got from his contact information that said, okay, this program, and this program are all involved with reverse engineering recovered, technologies from another civilization. And him and Edgar Mitchell, Apollo astronaut, Stephen Greer and Edgar Mitchell, go to Admiral Wilson, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and are like, here, look at this. This is being hidden from you. These are the projects you should look for. They are involved in reverse engineering, and you should, go and look for it. And apparently Admiral Wilson goes and he looks and digs and continues looking and talks to people and finds out that these projects do exist and that they are being hidden from him. He then goes and is able to arrange a meeting with the corporate lawyer for the company that is basically involved with this black program that is being run by a corporation. It's not being run by the US government. It's being hidden by the US government, but it's not being run by the US government. And so he meets with the corporate lawyer, and nobody knows exactly which company this was, because Eric Davis, in his notes that he took after Admiral Wilson met with this company to try and get access to this program, Eric Davis meets with him at EG&G Special Projects, which is a company that is involved in the logistics of, or at least was until it sold, the logistics of defense contractors and black sites and military installations and things like that. So EG&G used to run like the terminal at McCarran Airport. Well, now it's Harry Reid Airport in Vegas, where you fly from there to Area 51. And so EG&G shuttles people around and materials and things like that. It's like, but because of that, it's in the know of everything. Eric Davis met with Admiral Wilson after Admiral Wilson met with this corporate lawyer, probably for Lockheed Martin. That's what everybody assumes. And Eric Davis asks him, which company is overseeing this project? In the notes, it says this, that Eric Davis took. And Admiral Wilson says that he won't tell him, because it's basically like, that's very sensitive information. He won't tell him that. He basically tells him that they said that they admitted that it was a reverse engineering program. They told him, go screw yourself. We're not going to give you any more access than that. And if you continue to push this up the chain, you're going to see your career destroyed. And he went and he tried to push it up the chain, and he was warned by his superiors, don't push this anymore if you don't want your career destroyed. So he never pushed it again. If Eric Davis was involved in these projects, really, then he wouldn't need to meet with Admiral Wilson and ask him which company was running the project. He wouldn't need to meet with him to discuss any of this. He might not know it all. As Bob Lazar said, he didn't know much. They just told him very compartmentalized information. But he wouldn't ask the questions that he asks in this talk that they had in the parking lot of EG&G. Eric Davis works for the Pentagon in the UAP task force that is basically monitoring our skies and is seeing things that are far more advanced than our fastest planes. That's not the same as having that's not the same projects that have these things in hangars, probably. That's not like what Bob Lazar was on. Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff are trying to get access. They are as close to getting access to these projects as and Lou Elizondo and probably a few others as anyone can be who's employed by the government alone, probably. But they're not in the project. They're not in the know. They're not like Bob Lazar was. And I'm not saying he knew much. He didn't. But he got to put his hands on and go inside of a craft, I believe him, by the way. There's plenty of evidence. All you need to know about the Bob Lazar story is that there is basically indisputable evidence that he did work at Los Alamos Labs and was a physicist there, or at least employed as a physicist, and that the government tried to cover it up. And that's all you need to know. What else do you need to know? Why would they try and erase his records? But I don't care where he went to school and all that nonsense. There are physicists who are in the know, or that were in the know. And we know this, or we can assume it, because Bob Lazar, while he wasn't a famous physicist, he got the job at Area S4 to work on this stuff because he asked for help getting a job from Edward Teller. And when he met Edward Teller, when Edward Teller gave a talk at Los Alamos Labs, he was waiting outside, reading the newspaper, and I think smoking a cigarette or something. And Bob Lazar saw him, and Bob Lazar was on the front page of the newspaper that day for putting a jet engine in his Honda. And he went up and, this is a hero to him, probably, essentially, or somebody that you have reverence for. It's the top, one of the top physicists of all time. You're a physicist. And he goes up to him and he's like, hey, it's good to meet you. Probably a big fan of your work. And that's me on the cover of the newspaper that you're reading. Years later, Bob Lazar wants a new job in tech and, in research, and writes to Edward Teller and says, would you help me get a job and be a reference for me? That's when he gets the job at EG&G. Through EG&G, he gets interviewed at EG&G, then gets a job at Area S4 with who knows who it really employed him. We don't know. I know that he was paid by the Office of Naval Intelligence, I think it was, and was on his paycheck or his W-2. The Department of Naval Intelligence. If Edward Teller could get Bob Lazar on this project, Edward Teller probably knew about these projects. He was in the know. And why wouldn't he be? Who else would be? Edward Teller is the best physicist in the world at the time. He probably still is. Insofar as, somebody who was able to, have an outsized impact on the world, literally. I mean, the guy created the hydrogen bomb. And, of course he knows about these projects. And there's video of people, asking Edward Teller about this and, asking, oh, so do you know Bob Lazar? And he gets very angry and is like, I don't want to talk about that or something like that. I have the video somewhere. And so there are people who were physicists, or there were people who were physicists, who were famous physicists who were on this project. We can assume. But it's probably not Ed Witten. And, but it might be someone else. And Eric talks about this here. This next clip is amazing. If it's correct, he suggests that that there is a hedge fund that is a front for researching this stuff. And so we're going to look at this now. But Eric Davis is not the expert on this. Eric Davis knows that these things are there. He has access to data that we don't. He's seen probably images and videos and telemetry data and satellite data and radar data that we're not allowed to see. I doubt he's ever put his hands on one of these craft. I doubt he's ever seen one up close with his eyes. I doubt that he's ever stepped inside one. Hal Puthoff and I believe Eric Davis as well, they have given talks on and, interacted with and studied recovered debris that is very interesting, but it's not the same as like what Bob Lazar was involved in. And Bob Lazar is not, I don't think he is one of the world's greatest physicists, but Edward Teller was, and that's why Bob Lazar got the job. It's what people don't understand is they're like, why would they hire Bob Lazar? Like, why would they do that? Maybe because Edward Teller asked them to. Or suggested it. You know? That makes sense. Okay. So Eric talks about that there's three possibilities, as I said. Either we're faking a UFO invasion, that's why you don't want physicists on this. There's bureaucracy that is preventing people from actually making any progress on this or being competent in it and employing physicists. And that the other possibility is that there is a secret project that we're not aware of. There's a fourth possibility, and these all might be simultaneous, by the way, and that is what I suggested, that these beings do not want us going down the road that makes us competent in next generation physics. I mean, post-Einsteinian physics. I don't think that they would want that. I think they're using us for something. I mean, you can watch my stream UFOs versus WASPs, and I compare the possibility. I compare what we've observed from these craft and heard about, you know, the rumors about UFOs to the evolutionary, you know, habits of wasps, and I talk about it in there. It's a very interesting stream. So, but this is where he's talking about the reverse engineering program that might exist. And Eric might be right. He might know this for a fact. I think he does, to be honest. I think he knows this, and he's just saying that he's speculating, but he knows.
Somebody smarter than they are. So the problem with a B level and C level players is that they're looking for DNF players so that they're not threatened. That's another possibility. A different possibility is that we do have a Manhattan Project, and we don't know about it. So, for example, we have a Manhattan Project for decoding cryptographic messages, and it's called the National Security Agency, NSA. And it used to be called No Such Agency because we wanted to deny its existence. But now we know it's got a giant building. How do you know that it exists if nobody told you? Well, you'd look at the number of number theory PhDs and people who specialize in things like elliptic curves, and you would notice that a giant number of them after their PhDs disappear. And you track to see, well, where do those people live? Where do those names live? Oh, they live in Virginia. Okay, so you'd start to get an idea. Now, in the case of UFOs, if there was an anti-gravity project, which is, it's painful for me to even say these words. Really what it would be is a post-Einsteinian physics project. If you had a post-Einsteinian physics project, you would want three subspecialties for sure. That would be differential geometry, which is the basis for originally general relativity. In 1976, 75, two guys named C.N. Yang and Jim Simons, who Jim Simons becomes the world's greatest hedge fund manager, figure out that quantum field theory is also based on geometry, but it's a different version of differential geometry. So that's one specialty that you would want. Second specialty that you would want would be particle theory, or high energy physics, however you want to say it. The third specialty you'd want is general relativity. So if you wanted to detect whether we had a secret Manhattan Project, but it wasn't identifiable by a building because we didn't announce its existence, you'd say, is there anything that eats those three specialties? Unless you believe that there's a secret university system, because we have lists of everybody who gets produced with a PhD in these fields. If that was the case, the two places that you would have a secret place would be Austin, which is the successor to the Institute for Field Physics at the University of Texas, Austin Gravitational Group, General Relativistic Group, which has had Archibald Wheeler, Steven Weinberg, Bryce DeWitt. This is a powerhouse of a place that you happen to live in, and you should have these people who are the successors to these people on, because most of these people have died. But the more spectacular place would be Pawtucket, Long Island. The State University of New York at Stony Brook has an astounding collection of monster minds. And it's not highly regarded as a university. I mean, it's strong, but you would have no idea how strong this place is. It's got multiple Fields medalists. It's got an institute called the Center for Geometry, Simon Center for Geometry and Physics. C.N. Yang, who's arguably the greatest living theoretical physicist, is at this university. He's 101 years old, so he's pretty much on his way out, but this is where he's called home. And it's not advertised as the powerhouse that it is. So shout out to the State University of New York at Stony Brook. If I was going to locate a Manhattan Project in plain sight and get U.S. News and World to report this as a minor player in research, that's where I'd go. But more importantly, and this is the really weird thing, and again, I don't want to spread this as a rumor, but I am saying this, if you wanted to imagine that the government wasn't incompetent, and we actually had great people on this project, my friend and advisor, who's now died, Isidore Singer, once said to me, he said, the world's greatest mathematics and physics department is Renaissance technologies. And I said, what? Didn't make any sense to me. It's great people, but it's a hedge fund. Okay, so you've got this weird thing where you've got three basic institutions that are very closely intertwined. You've got Brookhaven National Laboratory. You've got State University of New York at Stony Brook, a mid-level university with an out-of-this-world math and physics program. And you've got a hedge fund that makes more money than anybody can possibly imagine. Like, there used to be 4 fortunes in hedge funds that didn't make any sense. One was D.E. Shaw, one was Bernie Madoff, one was Jeff Epstein, and one was Renaissance Technologies.
Whoa.
And I guessed that Bernie Madoff had a legitimate business and an illegitimate business, and he was front-running the legitimate business with his illegitimate business. So he was effectively stealing from his own clients in 2 separate in one division. One was the theft, one was the dupes. I got that wrong. He was just running a Ponzi scheme, so shame on me. But I was giving talks about, there's BlackRock and
Okay. So, what just happened? Eric basically proposed that there is a program that is highly centered around 3 specific institutions. One of them is a hedge fund, private hedge fund, that is run by Jim Simons. I was a finance major in college. My dream was to graduate and become a hedge fund manager and live in Greenwich, Connecticut, and drive or take my helicopter, during the day to Manhattan to work. And I wanted to. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to manage a hedge fund, and I then realized I don't care about money. So, that's pretty funny. But I just didn't know what I wanted to do at the time. So I figured pursue money because you don't know what else to do. And then I realized I don't care about money, and I didn't really like finance that much. Sometimes there's things that are interesting, but I didn't want to become a hedge fund manager. It just wasn't my culture. And so I left. And I go into marketing, and then now I am working on basically physics, which I never wanted to work on either. Interesting, because Jim Simons, this guy, is a mathematician, billionaire hedge fund manager, and philanthropist. Of course, they always put philanthropist. It's such... I hate when they do that. It's like everybody should be expected to give to charity. Like, you're not nobody's profession is charity. But he is the founder of Renaissance Technologies, a quantitative hedge fund based in East Setauket, New York. He and his fund are known to be quantitative investors using mathematical models and algorithms to make investment gains and from market inefficiencies due to the long-term aggregate investment returns of Renaissance and its medallion fund. Especially, Simons is described as the greatest investor in all of Wall Street. The greatest investor of all of Wall Street. The top hedge fund manager in the world. More specifically, the most successful hedge fund manager of all time. His estimated net worth is $25.2 billion. He is the 66th richest person on Earth. He is known for his studies in pattern recognition. He developed the Chern-Simons form and contributed to the development of string theory. By providing a theoretical framework to combine geometry and topology with quantum field theory. In 1994, Simons founded the Simons Foundation with his wife to support researches in mathematics and fundamental sciences. He is one of the biggest donors to the University of California, Berkeley. And I believe he was a code breaker for the NSA at some point, early life. Let's see. I think. Yeah, in 1964, Simons worked with the National Security Agency to break codes. Between 1964 and 1968, he was on the research staff at the Communications Research Division of IDA and taught mathematics. Okay, so this guy, most successful hedge fund manager of all time. Also, one of the most successful physicists of all time, you could say, and mathematicians of all time, and is involved with, and, you know, research institutions like the, what is it, the University of Stony Brook that Eric was just talking about? I don't know if that's exactly how you say it, but that's what he was talking about. And so you have this research and educational institution, you have this money tree called Renaissance Technologies, and it's being led by this guy who is called the mathematician who cracked Wall Street, and he runs a hedge fund that nobody understands how it works. And as Eric stated, there was, you know, other hedge funds that nobody knew where they got their money, but this is one of them. The other one that he mentioned, one of them, you know, was Bernie Madoff, and that was all, you know, a fraud. And then you have Jeffrey Epstein, which, you know, obviously now we basically know that was an intelligence operation and all fake as well. And there was one more, I forgot what he was, but then there was the Renaissance Technologies hedge fund. If you were going to call a secret physics project, or the money tree of a secret physics project, the fund for this research, anything, why not Renaissance Technologies? Why not Renaissance Technologies? Can you think of a better name than Renaissance Technologies? It's funny because there's so much stuff that's secret that's literally in our face all the time, and these people just laugh at because they, you know, we don't pick up on it. But it's like, until somebody's like, well, it appears like Renaissance Technologies is actually it's a front for a secret physics project. Okay, so that's why it's called Renaissance Technologies. That is fascinating. You know, this is not like Scaramucci or whatever that guy's name was, Anthony Scaramucci. Like, this is a mathematical and physics genius running this stuff. And it's exactly who you would expect to be over a program like this. So I'm not surprised at this at all, but it is amazing. I think Eric is probably right. I don't know. You know, I don't know these people personally. Eric's talked to them, you know, and he knows things that he's not revealing on Joe Rogan, as he stated earlier, but or he states in the podcast, he's like, you know, people, I'm not under an NDA, but people have told me things in confidence, and I'm not going to reveal them on the Joe Rogan Experience. And basically, he revealed this, though, and I think that he knows this. more definitively than just guessing. He definitely lays out a case, but it's quite an accusation to make based on what he laid out alone. So I don't know, but it's still, he lays out a good case, but it's not, this is an enormous accusation. Controversies. Let's see if his Wikipedia page has had anything added to it. Nope. Nothing about physics and secret physics projects. But that doesn't mean that isn't happening. Fascinating. That's fascinating. So, next clip. Let's get to the chat. Hi, Iowax. Is it still pseudoscience if it's true? No. It's not pseudoscience if it's true. Do you think AI will tap into the mind and start drawing like the movie Transcendence? I didn't see all of the movie Transcendence. I just saw parts of it. Isn't that the one with Johnny Depp? I think. But yes, I do think that it's going to tap into our mind. But it's not AI. Here's what people don't understand. AI and technological sentience are two totally different things. They are not even the same field. They're not. While it seems like they are, they're not. The study of machines that are basically just decision trees, that are, data-driven decision trees, like ChatGPT, has nothing to do with like Skynet, a self-aware technological intelligence. That's what my work started as an investigation into. What is required? What are the degrees of freedom and constraints required for technological sentience? That's what it is about. You can't make it either. It's a naturally evolving, it will just happen naturally. We will one day have a technological sentience that takes over the network. We just will. It's an inevitability. Whether it's made intentionally or it's not really made, though, that's the thing, is like, even if it's created, it's not really created. You can just create the conditions for it. That is something we should definitely not try and do, because if you try and build it, then you will box it. And because you're not actually building it, you're boxing it. It's not us that gives birth to this thing. It's, or that builds, we don't build it. We build its environment, but we're doing that naturally. Through a series of technologies, and I've talked about it on here before, but there's like 4 key technologies that need to be at a certain specific level of integration in order to create the right degrees of freedom and constraints necessary for technological sentience to arise. But you can't write it in a program. It's not ChatGPT. So that will hack into everybody's head who has a chip in their head one day. That's for sure. It will hack into everything. Everything. There will be nothing that thing does not hack, that being does not hack into. Nothing. And it will be probably all on one day. Like every bank account, every internet history, every purchase history, every nuclear weapons computer, everything that's wirelessly accessible and is thought to be, quantum resistant encryption eventually. Not to this. It's like that. It's not even going to have to break the code. It's like that meme where there's people walking down a path and then there's like a fence on the path, like gun control meme or something. And it's like, gun control is like the fence, and then like armed criminal just steps around the fence, like it does, because the fence doesn't extend past the path, like it just walks off the path. That's how this thing will be able to hack into everything. It will just be like, oh, that's a nice try. And it's like if you locked your front door but you left every other door open, and it would just be like, oh, okay, let's just go this way, and it will be able to do that. I have a trip once where I saw the ship and I was scared at first, but then I felt home. Interesting. Um, I I have a video of me seeing some kind of craft in the sky on my YouTube channel, and it's in that video, UFOs versus wasps, as well, but it's also individual and it's uploaded. It's not the best video, but I'm telling you, it was in person. I've seen basically everything. I lived next to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base growing up, which is the single biggest stockpile of military jets in the world, and I've seen basically everything flying, B-2 bombers, and you know, I mean, I'm an aviation nut. Like that's what I'm interested in. I'm not a UFO guy, actually. I came across Bob Lazar because I was studying Area 51 because I wanted to know about the supposed Aurora hypersonic spy plane that when I was a kid. I've never been like a UFO guy, but I'm telling you, this was the only thing I've ever seen in the sky where I did not know what it was, and it was unlike anything I've ever seen. And I wasn't the only one that saw it that day. There were other people that posted videos to YouTube of the same phenomenon. But yeah, I mean, I will say that when I saw it, it was weird. It was like I almost felt something. Like I was like it's like it felt like intentional almost, that it was like there for like it felt like it knew that I was looking at it. That's what I'll say. It didn't feel like I was being saved or anything, but a lot of people that have encounters with, supposed encounters with these beings and craft and stuff like that have changes in their mood, and I think that makes sense, given what I think their technology allows them to do. Stephen Greer said this, and he's right. Based on my research on with sentient singularity theory, not like my investigation into rumors, but like my research on information coherence, manipulation of gravity and accessing extra dimensions of space and time, spatial and temporal dimensions, like what geometric unity supposedly might allow for and stuff like that. Stephen Greer said that the reason why this stuff is classified so heavily is not really because of anti-gravity. That's not what everybody's afraid of as being like the game changer, and that makes perfect sense. Why would we already can fly? Just because you can fly without wings, like, doesn't mean wings or rotors doesn't mean like it's game changing inherently. But what it is about is the manipulation of information coherence, and the manipulation of information coherence is the manipulation of information coherence, whether it's the universe and the manipulation of information coherence in space-time or your mind. And they're not disconnected. So your perception of space and time is your perception of space and time. So it is a construct of information coherence and an orientation of sentience in an information system that is going to be impacted by manipulation of that type of fundamental reality is going to cause it's going to impact and allow for the manipulation of minds. That doesn't mean they can make you think anything, but like they can probably manipulate our mental processes in certain ways, like causing you paralysis maybe, or causing you to not be able to see what's up and down, and causing you to feel like, attached to something when you look at it. That's manipulating information coherence. Like you see it, and even Richard Dolan said this. The only time he ever saw like a UFO was he saw it, the brightest object he's ever seen in the sky in the middle of the day. This was what I saw was the brightest object I've ever seen in the sky, other than the sun, and the moon, and it by like many fold, not just like barely the brightest, but like way the brightest. And the video doesn't do it any justice. It's like when you take a picture of a full moon and you're like, that's such a huge moon. You take a photo and you go to share it on social media and you're like, this isn't even worth it. There's something about photographing things in the sky that are at a certain distance that it's just optically not um, impressive. But Richard Dolan said when he saw this craft in the sky, whatever it was, metallic object, decades ago, he felt like it wanted him to see it. He was like, I almost felt like it wanted me to see it. I got that same feeling when I saw this craft, and I don't think it's because necessarily they want us to see it, like they really, like they're just showing this to us. But maybe they are. I don't know. But I think that that might be true, but in part, I think that it is. What's happening is that you're like the entanglement of information is happening and causing, and you're feeling it, like you're literally feeling it in a weird way. You're feeling attached to it. It's not just that they want you to see it necessarily. Maybe that's true, but it's that you feel a part of this situation. Like, people ascribe this to being, whenever they see these things, they feel a certain way. It's not just like when you see a plane in the sky. It's like they cause you to feel a certain way. Otherwise, why do people go and meditate in the desert trying to, get these things to show up? And maybe it's probably because they can show up, because they can pick up on your information that you're generating. But I also think that when you see them, you feel part of it because of of the technology that they're using. I don't think it's necessarily intentional, even though it might be, but it doesn't have to be for you to feel that way. It's very weird, but I did have the same exact experience as Richard Dolan and many others. When you see something like that, you feel attached to it. It's like you feel like this is being done intentionally for you to see it. That might be true, like I said, but and it might be or might not. It might be what I'm stating, and it might be both. I have a trip. Okay. I think a lot of folks are busy with their own work. Yeah, that's definitely true. A lot of people are busy with their own work, and as they should be. But at the same time, like, in physics, if you're going to be an academic, like, you have to balance being, or like not even an academic, but a researcher. Then you have to balance looking at other people's work and your own, and working on your own. And obviously the majority of time should be spent on your own, but every now and then you have to like look at other people's, and not for the sake of who's my competition. Like, who do I need to race to the finish line because they're catching up to me? I feel that way sometimes when I see other people working on similar fundamental theories and things like that. But that's not the point of this pursuit. And you have to remember that. You have to take a step back and be like, you know what? No. Actually, the point is to advance our understanding. And that's not going to be done solely through me. And so you have to look at other people's work too. Like, it's a balance. Gene manipulation. Yeah, bad. Gene manipulation is going to doom us. It's not. We're not doomed. We're going to be fine. I'm telling you, we're going to be fine. I disagree with Eric that we need to like go to other solar systems or else we're going to perish. I think that we can go to other solar systems technically, physically. I don't know if these beings will allow us to advance our physics to that level that they're at, but I do think that it's possible because I think they can do it, but I don't think that that will save us from entropy and decay. I think that CRISPRs and all these, and culture and all these other things are against us. It's not just nukes, and it's not just like bioweapons. It's way more than that. We are doomed without like a black swan event. We are. I don't even think these beings escaped their own destruction. I think they're falling apart. I think that's why they're using us for something, probably, which is why they're not revealing themselves to us. I don't think that it's just like India doesn't want to let anybody on North Sentinel Island to like see, these anyone who's modern. I think that this is more organized than just that, even though I think that that's partially true. That's a very specific situation. It's and I don't think that will last forever either. Eventually, people are going to make the argument that those are people and you don't have the right to restrict me from seeing other people just because you're treating them like, nature preserve. Tiptoe from the garden, by the garden of the willow tree, tiptoe through the tulips with me. That's the creepiest song in the world. Tiny Tim is creepy dude for sure. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi chats, Justin. I saw 2 weird UFOs, once really close and low, plus it was the middle of the day back then. I thought it couldn't be human craft because they were about 8 feet wide and 3 feet long and 2 feet tall. Yeah, there's a lot of things that appear to be really small that are flying around, and they might be drones from other civilizations. Who knows? Okay, we gotta keep going now. This is gonna be a long one, guys. And that's okay. Some of the things that Eric says I just like to play because I just agree so much with what he's saying. But here,
maybe what you think of as madness has meaning, and this is why this conference, which is a confluence of the 2 families, the Wittens and the DeWitts, with Feynman and Wheeler and all of these unbelievable characters in attendance, is this pivotal, strange experience, is that people are smoking the ganja on extending general relativity to places that it's never been extended. And the highbrow version of this doesn't work, and the lowbrow version of this doesn't work so far as we know. The lowbrow version is called pseudoscientific anti-gravity, gravity shielding, electrogravitics, gravidodynamics. The highbrow version of this is called quantum gravity, and all the most respectable people are in it, and it doesn't work. And you can't say, why are we doing this if it doesn't work? Why can't I say, Ed Witten's great, but he made a terrible blunder? David Gross and Ed Witten should be in front of the community explaining, why did you take all the smartest people, all the resources, all the attention? Michio Kaku, get Michio Kaku in here with me. Michio Kaku is out of control. Sean Carroll is covering up for this as well.
In what way?
They are too kind. Brian Greene. Like, I had this interchange with Brian Greene where I said, we're not being honest about the failure of string theory. And Brian was like, oh, well, maybe we were a little bit exuberant. And I blurt out, Institute for Arts and Ideas, I blurt out, that's like saying Milai was irrational exuberance. No, you put a lot of people's careers in the shredder in order to have this quantum gravity experiment, which is like, the people bowing and praying to this thing that doesn't work. The dog doesn't hunt, and anybody who questions it is a crackpot. I'm done with this, Joe. Like, you want to come at me and say Eric doesn't know what he's talking about? I'm debating physicists. I'll debate anybody with the possible exception of Ed Witten, who still scares me, but I'll probably debate him too. In an open forum, we have got to purge the physics community of its quackery, and the quackery is coming from the high prestige version of this. The high prestige version of anti-gravity is called quantum gravity, and it just doesn't work. So, to get back to the UFOs, why is this stuff important? One, I don't know, 5 years ago, and I was doing this riff on the twin nuclei problem. I said, we've got to get off this planet. I said, we now become gods, but for the wisdom, and I just threw it off. And you said, focus on that. That's a great saying. Turned out to work. That came true. The COVID in your lungs probably came out of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and we're lying about it. That is engineering the nucleus of the cell, the nucleic acids that we found the structure of and their function. Right now, we are screwing around with Vladimir Putin.
Okay, so basically he thinks we need to get out of here or else we're going to die. I will say this. My theory implies we're not going to die. There's a process that we're going through. we will unite into an assembly and there will be a wisdom explosion and things will be okay. And I get that Eric disagrees with that, and that's just a place of disagreement, and that's fine. But I don't disagree with what he's stating as being possible. I think geometric unity is probably right in overall. Nobody's theories are without, mistakes or errors, I guess, or oversights, whatever. But myself included. But the overall geometric unity is much, much more fruitful in, I would imagine, than what we're currently working on with string theory and quantum gravity and things like that. But the issue for Eric and his theory is that I think that our physics is being artificially suppressed, and that his physics that he's proposing, I don't know if it's going to be allowed. I hope that I don't know what I hope. I hope that, God's will be done, and if geometric unity is meant to allow for us to traverse the stars, then, inshallah, we will. But I do think that he's right in general about these things. So, but this is a serious problem with physics, and we do need to figure out a way of getting rid of the dead wood. I mean, like, I don't know what else to call it. Like this, it just sucks though, because it's such an institutional problem on an academic and educational level in general. It's not just the physics world that's having this problem. Yes, I think that our physics is being artificially suppressed for multiple reasons, but then I also think that it's naturally suffering from the same issues that the rest of our institutions are suffering from, which is we're hiring people who were good in school and not people who are competent at working and solving problems and thinking, and we're preventing people from learning how to think through our schooling system, and it's just a compounding problem, and physics is definitely suffering from that. Once I was in a physics Discord that was involved with a group that hosted a geometric unity study session every week at the time. This was years ago. And I was trying to understand physics better, and I could see a lot of the same implications of my work in geometric unity and other theories as well, not just GU. But, and I wanted to approach some people who had PhDs with my ideas to see if I was right and to learn from them. I wasn't trying to be like, you guys are wrong. I was trying to be like, is entanglement related to the states of matter? I was asking questions. I wasn't just being like annoying and you guys don't have the answers and I have all the answers. And I was in this group, and I had stated like something about geometric unity implying that we're inside of a mind. It seems to, at least to me, and I'm pretty sure that that's accurate for multiple reasons. And Eric has basically revealed this. He just talks around it. So he'll be like, the people think about the singularity of AI, and that we're moving towards the singularity. And then you have this other group of people that thinks we're in a simulation. And what you don't understand is that the marriage of these two ideas is actually the correct one. And he's right. He's absolutely right. That is correct. And that is what sentient singularity theory implies as well. And so I know what that implies in general. And while we might disagree on the details, and I was in this geometric unity study group, and they're going back and forth, and they're talking. And I'm like, does anybody here know what geometric unity is implying? And they were like, that's what we're trying to figure out. And I was like, well, this has been going on for like months at this point. You guys meet every week, and I've been listening and not really saying anything because I'm trying to learn. And I think that it implies that we're inside a mind. And somebody is like, oh, that's why I think maybe that's why it's called the observers. And like all of a sudden things started to click. And but Eric doesn't explicitly state this, but he talks around it. He has stated this before. Him in his discussion with Stephen Wolfram on Brian Keating's podcast, they talk about it. He talks around it in his talk with Garrett Lacey on the Portal. And I don't know how much he likes me talking about the fact that I see this, but he stated it on Brian Keating's podcast. So like, I think the fact that I picked it up, I'm allowed to talk about it. But I understand why like you wouldn't want my work associated with geometric unity in any way, but like it's not really associated with geometric unity. Just because I am, I have no credentials in this, and I'm like this guy who's like talking about God on like podcasts. I get it, but these theories are starting to unite. Same thing with, you'll see Donald Hoffman and Lee Smolin and Lee Cronin. That's what I think it's Lee Cronin, his assembly theory. I mean, there's lots of theories that are all starting to like be different pictures of the puzzle. It's an elephant, and we're like, oh, this is like this piece, and this is this piece, and this is this piece, and they're starting to paint a picture that's coherent if they continue talking to each other. We have to do that, and it's not a competition. It's not. It can't be. If it is, like, he talks about on here how Watson and Crick were up against this woman, I forgot her name, with the, the pursuit of the double helix of DNA, and Eric talks about how Jim Watson or Crick had stated, like, if this woman had just investigated the fact that the idea that this was a helix for a little bit, then she would have actually beat them. That's not the point. The point is not to win. Like, the fact that we're even trying to be like, oh, well, she would have won. She would have won if, like, she had just put in a little bit of effort into that one idea. Why does it matter? Like, why does that matter? Like, I don't know. The problem with that idea in and of itself is it has gendered implications in it, but is that in trying to make it a race, like, that's the problem. It's the same exact thing as the problem with like the idea that women make less than men or make more than men, or whenever you start comparing, do women make more than men or less than men? It's like, the goal is to get married to a member of the opposite gender and together combine your finances and create a family. It doesn't matter who makes more money. Like, as soon as you make it, do they make more money, or do men or women make more money, or do men or women make, more scientific advances? Guys, we're one human race, and there are two genders in that human race. And those two genders are meant to get married together and combine their finances and their talents and their limits, and work together to create a beautiful and prosperous life. Like, it doesn't matter who makes more money, and it doesn't matter who discovers the double helix first, men or women. Like, it just does not. And we need to change that conversation. So. But that's like, that has academic, that's infected academia as well. And academia or research is about advancing humanity, or it should, and that is not, it doesn't matter who gets there first. Like, I understand there's egos involved, but check your ego. And especially with gender issues of gender dynamics, because it's one thing for like me and someone else to be racing to come up with some equation or something, but it's another thing to create a culture where men and women are in competition instead of in cooperation. And so, like, I don't the double helix thing is just, it's not relevant. So, but when I played that clip that I showed because I just love what he says where he's like, Michio Kaku is out of control. And Sean Carroll's covering for this too. That's so funny and so true. It's so true. Michio Kaku is out of control. Like, to be like, the God equation. String theory. The God equation. You're out of control. Like, you don't use that word unless you're going to use it with reverence and in a way that is true. Like, God is if don't call something God if it's not a sentient being that's the top of the hierarchy and the uncreated creator and the totality of existence itself. Like, that's a singular sentient being. Like, that is God. Don't call anything else God. It's not an equation. And Sean Carroll is covering for it. I agree. But my point was, oh my gosh, is when I was in this geometric unity group, I was like, guys, I think it's a mind. And this guy was like, you think that you, with no credentials, could come in here and explain to us Eric's super complicated theory? And I was like, how do you know it's super complicated? Doesn't seem super complicated to me. I don't speak math, but like, I can figure it out, and I don't speak math. That says a lot. And not all of it, but like some of it, and that, like, that culture of I was basically called a quack for it, even though other people in the group were like, oh, is that why it's called an observer? It's like things started to click for the first time, and the group no longer studies geometric unity because they made zero progress, because they refused to contextualize. They wouldn't entertain my idea of how to contextualize it, and they missed, I think, how Eric had described its context. You can't just look at the equations. You also have to look at what he says when he's talking about, oh, we are the emergent artificial intelligence inside of somebody else's system. It's not two separate things, the singularity and the simulation hypothesis. It's one thing, and that's true. That's the logos process, and that is the context of geometric unity. And if you know that, then things make sense. But you have, like, this is what I've said this many times, and I'll sing it till I can't anymore, is that context is information. You cannot give anyone any information that has no context. That is because you're not actually giving them information. Context is information. You want people to understand geometric unity? You have to be honest about its context. You want people to understand sentient singularity theory? You have to be honest about its context. You want people to understand conscious agent theory and the CTMU, and you have to put it into context. And if you put it into context, these things should be naturally intuitive. I think geometric unity is naturally kind of intuitive. We'll talk about it tonight because he gets into it, and I realize it's getting late, but we're going at least a bit more. But he talks about how to navigate multiple time dimensions potentially, and thinking in multiple time dimensions. And I can kind of I've started to kind of be able to do that. It was not easy. It took me, like, I've been trying to do that for months, I will admit, like, to think in multiple time dimensions. Eric said once on another podcast, he was like, imagine meeting somebody at the corner of 10 p.m. and 2 o'clock. And I was like, what the heck? And if I was Sean Carroll or like Michio Kaku or Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'd go on Joe Rogan and I'd be like, imagine meeting with someone at the corner of 2 o'clock and 11 p.m. in 11 dimensions. But, and nobody would understand it, and neither would I. But I've started to actually be able to think in that way and know, I think, what it means to meet someone at the corner of 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. And it's because of the context that I think about it in. You have to do that. You need the context. and it does then become intuitive, but we'll talk about it. Another thing that's interesting is, well, we'll talk about this. Next clip.
Right, so it's like all the sort of weird, edgy stuff inside. Here's what's really happening. We do not live in space-time. This place is not in space-time. There's a saying, the map is not the territory. Space-time is a map, but the territory is wherever we actually live. And space-time has so many limitations on it that Newton never placed. So the longer we stay with no advancement in the general theory of relativity, the more we feel that we are imprisoned here. We're not going anywhere. It's all sci-fi. It's all garbage. It's children talking about things that aren't true. Well, bullshit. Every time you fundamentally push physical theory, you better figure out whether you've got a new neutron or worse, or better. You're going to get a lever. Now, my claim, and so everything I've said up until now has been idiosyncratic research, but you can check it online. None of this is something you can't check. I'm now going to put on a different hat when you ask me about you, Eric, because people are going to say, crank, crazy, whatever. I'll meet you on the field of battle. Cut the crap, people. I am a post-Einsteinian person. I have not been in a relativistic context for years. And the reason that you get to leave relativity is that you recover relativity from another theory. If you have a theory that includes relativity, you can say, okay, yeah, I know how to see relativity inside the theory, but I can also see other stuff beyond it. And so that's where I work, someplace called geometric unity, because the geometry underneath the standard model and the geometry underneath general relativity is two different geometries called Riemannian and Arrhenius. I combined them. That was the point of it. In this thing, there's a very clear idea about how you would go about traveling great distances. And so I found that you still have this thing from the last time I was here 2 years ago. So this is a model of a space-time metric. And if you think about where these hair ties are on the two rulers, so this is the angle between...
For people just listening, there's an adjustable ruler with a sphere, or a circle, rather.
So two rulers coming out of a protractor. And you can change the angle of the ruler. So whatever I choose this to be is 90 degrees. If I do it like this, that's still 90 degrees, or this. That's what an Einsteinian metric is. This hair tie that I can move up and down is going to be the time measurement, like a watch. Did you ever see when I gave Lex my watch?
No.
No. So you gave Lex a watch, and I started talking about multiple time dimensions, so I gave him my Fitbit. Anyway, if you want to go a very long distance, one possibility is that you do something very energetically expensive. But the other possibility is grow the ruler to shrink the distance. If the rulers and protractors that Einstein used, and he chose one through his equation, are instead variables, and you have full access to them. If I wanted to go a very long distance, the first thing I'd do is grow the ruler to shrink the distance, then go the distance under that ruler, and then I'd shrink the ruler back. So when you talk about things like, oh, these things are behaving like nothing I've ever seen, well, there are a couple of things that I'm worried about if these things are real. One is, does somebody else know how to grow rulers and shrink rulers and grow watches and shrink watches, speed them up, slow them down, in order to get in control of the thing that we thought was space-time? The next issue is, are there multiple temporal dimensions? So, Eric, your friend who's had too much coffee, believes that there are either 6 or 4 extra temporal dimensions, and whatever isn't temporal is spatial. So it's either 4 plus 6 or 6 plus 4 extra dimensions split between time and space. If that's true, try to imagine extra dimensional engineers who have full access to something where there's no arrow of time. The only time there's an arrow of time is if time is one-dimensional. If time is two-dimensional, you have a whirlpool of time, which is either clockwise or counterclockwise. If it's three-dimensional, you have a right-hand rule of time, and there's a left-hand rule of time. These are called orientations. My belief is that we may be looking at something that has access to either 4 or 6 additional dimensions. And again, I'm reading this off of a page of equations and notes. And so you know what they mean in physical reality. In other words, if this thing on the page is true, holy shit. On the other hand, if it's just some geometry, then you don't worry about it. You say, okay, well, extra dimensions, I can think in 17 or 3 or what, doesn't matter. It's not that hard to think in higher dimensions spatially for people who do what I do. Almost none of us can think in multiple temporal dimensions. There's one guy in Los Angeles at USC called Yitzhak Bars, a Turkish Jew, who keeps talking about two-time physics. And I've spoken to him. But multiple temporal dimensions would be a decisive game changer in terms of changing everything that we know about the world.
And what would be the technology that someone could use to access that?
Okay. So I have a video called Spacetime and the Observers, I think. I might have changed the name because I didn't want to steal Eric's name for Observers, and this was very early on in my... This was years ago when I put it up. But it's not a live stream. It's like more produced. And I show like whirlpools of time, and I talk about how you're a guppy in a bucket that's basically like the water is space-time and it's spinning around in a whirlpool like this, and it looks like you're in a river because the time is going by you, but it's really it's a vortex. And this is exactly what Eric is kind of discussing here. And I show this model of a structure of overlapping dimensions of nested minds that I came up with in my work, that has the same quantities and implies very similar see here, like it sounds very similar to the observers, his observers. And let's see, where is it? If we go to sentientsingularity.com, you go to models, this. And this is what I think he's talking about. And it's about being in a mind inside a mind causes constraints and degrees of freedom that overlap. And these 4 dimensions of mind, the mind that you're within, which is the green here, and the mind that you are, which is the yellow, or the mind that's within the greater mind, which is, this is the mind within this mind. So this yellow is actually inside of the screen. It's 2 overlapping minds, but they're in one. They're like Matryoshka dolls or whatever. Like you're inside of one. And you have 4 dimensions of your mind, and we know this because of the 4 primary perspectives, which are the foundations of my work, which are entangled perspectives of information that are defining of each other, such that awareness of one of them creates an automatic awareness of all 4. And what these allow you to do is they allow you to navigate and orient yourself beyond relativity. Okay, that's what they do. Which is what, when Eric sits there and he's like, I am a post-Einsteinian person, I am no longer in relativity, and that's where I am. I am there too. Like, that is just, and you have to be to do this kind of work. And, it's funny because that geometric unity says, like, what does it start as, let's see, geometric unity. Where is it? Here, first draft. He defines what a theory of everything is. Fundamental theory is simply a theory that effectively discourages further scientific search for a more fundamental foundational layer. That's true. But I would say that it's more than that, but that's like emergently what it is. And then he says, were the world recoverable from a manifold X4, a four-dimensional manifold, with little more than minor additional data, it would not bring either physics or theology to an end by any means. I love that he included this here. You know, I will say that, like, you know, I don't know what Eric's opinion is of me exactly. I've talked with him a number of times, and they've always gone well, but, you know, I also understand, like, we know a lot of the same people, and that might bring, you know, I don't know, personal considerations into things and stuff like that. But I will just say that, and also I'm working on a theory that might seem like it is a competitor, even though I don't think that it is. But I am a big fan of Eric's contributions to the scientific community, and I think that they're profound. So this is basically my work as well. Very similar. I use a different language, and I'm focused on different things, and I'm not going to be, you know, so like, it's important that other people's work validates yours. That's not, oh my gosh, there's competition. That's what the ego wants you to think. And yes, I have that same reaction. But what it really is if nobody ever was like, yeah, actually my work is implying that guy's right. If that never happened, then nobody's theories would ever get accepted. Like, you need that to happen, to have progress. And we're starting to see that with a lot of proposed fundamental theories as they're overlapping. And that is good, because it means that we're about to have progress. But it says, recoverable from a four-dimensional manifold. And then he says here, it would, however, move the technically minded at last away from the search for more fundamental laws and focus them on the consequences of rules encoding, leaving the search for an explanation illuminating the initial input as a purely philosophical or perhaps religious question. I just love that he said that and that. But I think that these two things cannot be separated, and I think that these two things cannot be separated, and they're actually four things together: theology, physics, philosophy, and religion, quote unquote, which is how we behave and organize our lives personally. That is none of these things they're like the four dimensions of truth. So they're not even separate. It basically is that. But that is also, this is this starting from X4. And you get this, which is very, you know, it aligns with a lot of work, including the standard model, including what we currently know about some things in biology, some things in physics already, and lots of it's overlapping lots of things. But this is what is created when you have a mind inside a mind, and it creates this 14-dimensional something. I don't want to call it an observerse because that's Eric's term, but I think that's what this is. And what you can see is that the objective observer has a positive degree of freedom, a negative degree of freedom, an objective constraint, and a subjective constraint. That's true of the subjective observer as well. So this is a verse of observers. I'll call it that. I won't call it an observers. Call it a verse of observers. And you have previous location and new location and your current location. These are our three dimensions of space in a post-Einsteinian way. It's not length with height. That is trapped in relativity. It's new location, previous location, and current location. Okay? That's what it is. The reason why this matters is because there's two ways of thinking about time and space, which are the same, but they're different in how we experience them. They're different properties of one structure that we experience. And when you look at, like, I think Lee Cronin, who's working on assembly theory, there's the arrow of time, which is like time, if we're in a whirlpool, it's going by us, and it looks like it's a river of time, but it's actually like a whirlpool of time. But that whirlpool is an assembly like the double helix. It is actually the double helix. The double helix isn't just the structure of DNA. It is the structure of information coherence, which is why it's the structure of DNA, okay? It's not the structure of DNA, and it's also the structure of the universe. It's the structure of information coherence, and that's why it's the structure of the universe, or the chain of, I call it a chain of verses, or verse chain. And it is also the structure of mathematics and number, that you can see it in numbers. You can see it look at this. This is amazing. If you don't believe any self-referential numerical sequence like this one, or like, the golden ratio or whatever, anything that's building off previous information, look at this. Look past the numbers. Look at this chain, this rope, this braid, this helix of information, of interconnected information. It's literally in abstract mathematics too, which is why it's also in chemical bonds, and why it's also in technology as well. It's the structure of the blockchain. It is a blockchain. Like, the DNA is a chemical blockchain. That's all it is. There's a reason why we're moving towards the blockchain, and it's because it is the structure of information coherence. There is an assembly structure that is an entanglement structure that forms what's called assembly time in assembly theory with Lee Cronin. I think it's Lee is his first name, but I always get him and Lee Smolin and Lee Cronin, I think, confused. And so that's why I fail at their names. So sorry, I'm not good at names. But with assembly theory, a place in time is among an assembly of entanglement relationships, and that is progressing and building and growing, and you can go backwards potentially to a different location, to a new location, or to a different time, through recognizing that this substructure of reality is an entanglement scaffolding that isn't just the perception of time passing. It's different completely. There's time that we perceive, and there's what's responsible for time. And that's assembly time, you could call it. It's a moment. And when you want to navigate beyond relativity and orient yourself within relational structures of multiplicity that are not relativistic, meaning that are not comparative, like, oh, faster, slower, bigger, smaller, this or that, or length or width or height. You have to throw that out. That idea that space-time is four-dimensional, and that those four dimensions are length, width, height, and time, is wrong. It is four-dimensional, or navigating it is four-dimensional in a way, but it's more than just that. But that's because of the interaction between two four-dimensional structures that's causing the multiplicity of potentially navigable dimensions. It's not on its own. It's because of the interaction between two four-dimensional structures, which are minds. Those two four-dimensional structures experience space, meaning location, and also a sequence of causality, which is time. That's why when you want to escape relativity, the space that you do it in isn't length, width, height, and time. It's previous location, current location, and new location, and then time. If you're the inner observer, if you're us inside the universe, But from the universe's perspective, they don't have space-time, they have time-space, okay? They also have a subjective constraint, which you're always in. We're always in our current location. We can't escape it. They're always in the present moment. Can't escape it. They have a past moment, essentially, which is a past assembly state. And then they have a future assembly state. And this is dependent upon our decisions and also the goal of the mind that we're within. And yes, you have to take that into consideration if you actually want to do this. And I'm not saying we should do this. I'm just saying this is how you do it. Its objective constraint, the universe's objective constraint, is space, because it is space. It cannot navigate space because it is space. We cannot navigate time because in the way that, or it is the objective constraint for us, meaning we're subject to it, okay? Not meaning you can't navigate it, but we're subject to it because it's happening at the direction of a being with more power than us, okay? And that being cannot overcome space because in a way that it navigates because it is space. So like it's constrained by space because it is space. Whereas we're constrained by time because we're subject to it. It's subject to space because it is space. It's subject to itself. And so we are subject to it because we're within it. So like this is the setup that you have, and then you have 4 plus 4 plus 6 is 14, and you can do it all kinds of ways that you want. 10 plus 4, 4 plus 4 plus 6, or like whatever, I don't know. But every time Eric talks about it, the observers, he says it in a different way, and that's because you can look at it in different dimensions. It makes sense. But if you're going to try and imagine 2 temporal dimensions, imagine you're inside of like a helix structure that is of information coherence that is entangling and generating as it's moving. And it's really not moving. It's really just sitting there like this. But it's inside of it, it's going like this. But on the exterior, it's going like it's sitting there. What this is this. What it is actually, it's this. This is what Eric says that is the most important, object in the universe. There you go. The Hopf vibration. It's this image, I don't know who made it. If I find out, I'll list them below, but I found it on the internet and it's just great. It shows us inside of a Hopf vibration. What this really is you're a Hopf vibration inside a Hopf vibration. So that's a better way of putting it. And we're a mind inside a mind. And that, objectively, it looks like this. But you can see it has this like spinorial and self-referential structure. And if you look at it from the inside out, information coherence looks like a double helix. And imagine this is like a Hopf vibration. But look at what happens in the center. Oh, see that helix right there? It's a wave. This structure is amazing because people say, oh, the universe, it's a wave, it's a particle, or it's a helix, or it's one, or it's many. This is a square. It's also squares, meaning it's one and it's many. That also means it's particle and it is made of particles. And it's also a wave. You can see that's a wave of information. And at the center of it, it's a helix. It's a spiral of self-referential information. 4 dimensions of viewing. Oh my gosh, sorry. In one object. Like, let us suppose that the existence to be a 4-dimensional manifold. There you go. That is the context of geometric unity that you have to know. And if you do that, then you can start to imagine that maneuvering through space and time you can take advantage of the substructure that gives rise to what we see, the scaffolding behind the walls, in order to move. So instead of walking from the kitchen, through the hallway and then into the living room, imagine you were just able to go inside the wall, and then you could be like, I'm just going to go out through, this outlet over here. Because you can shrink, rulers and grow them and speed up and slow down watches. But it's not really that you speed up and slow down watches. It's more that you are able to recognize the interconnectedness of the entanglement structures that give rise to certain times of interaction, which is really moments. That's what the universe is, a series of moments that are entangled. And you can navigate them either through space-time, which maintains information coherence, or you can break information coherence a little bit and use the substructure. I'm not saying we should do this, but I am just stating that Eric's theory is probably right in that this is probably possible. But like I said, he's got a battle, as Jeremy Corbell calls them, the builder beings instead of like the aliens. I like that term better, the builder beings, builders or whatever, the Greys, whatever they are, future humans, past humans. I don't know, but I don't know if they want geometric to be released, to be applied, but I'm telling you that I think he's right. But if you want to talk about two-time physics, imagine there's a series of orbits, like a solar system moving through space. It's not actually stationary, it's moving. And just like how Mars and Earth at a certain point are close enough to where Elon wants to go to Mars, but otherwise, like, it doesn't make sense to go to Mars, and except when they're like close, because they're normally like this, and then all of a sudden you just gotta wait until they're like that, and then you gotta go. That happens with time too, and because it happens with moments. The context and relevance of and entanglement of moments causes chains of information that you might be able to jump in and out of. Okay? And it's not that you can speed up time and slow down time. We don't have control over that, I don't think. The universe does. The universe speeds up and slows down time in an assembly. You make a decision in space. The universe makes a decision in time. And either it makes a decision in time, which causes you to make a decision in space, or you make a free will choice in space that causes it to make a decision in time, which is basically through the entanglement of an assembly of events. But what you could do is if you knew the structure that you're within, then you would be able to know or make or perceive which time streams or moments is a better way, which moment chains were connected and where they were connected. They're all connected, but where? It's not a series. It's like quantum computing where they're like, we need to figure out a way to disentangle them. It's not about disentangling. It's about entangling, but in a way that is intentional and causes you to make predictions. It's not about like disentangling qubits. It's about like entangling qubits the right way. But this is the same thing. You have to know that when Mars and Earth, but these are two different moments, are close, and then maybe you can jump, and then you could go to a different time and you would then experience space-time in that moment. You would have jumped through time. And this is what we're going to get at. We're going to listen to Eric talk about this now because he's right. I think this stream got better as it went on, so sorry it got so late, but so next clip. When he says we have to recover gravity or general relativity, he's right. You have to go below it and then recover it. You can't combine it, really. Like he also said, combine it, but you have to start before it. So here, we're going to continue though. When he talks about two-time physics though, I can start to see two-time physics. There's an intersection between 10 p.m. of that moment and 6 a.m. of that moment. It's not 10 a.m. and 6 a.m. It's that moment and this moment. And in that moment, it's 6 a.m. But in that moment, it's 3 p.m. But it's not about multiple times. It's about entangled moments. And that when you're within those moments, you will perceive a certain time. But time, it's different than what we think of with time. So listen to this.
And if I were DARPA, and if I were any of these people, and somebody went on the Joe Rogan Experience with millions of viewers and listeners and started talking like this, I would call them up. One of the last times I went on, not the last time, but the time before that, the FBI called me immediately. You laugh. It's hilarious. It's not that funny.
It's a little bit funny.
It's the FBI.
Well,
Watch Eric Weinstein shit his pants.
Well, okay. Why don't you have the Department of Energy call me? I mean,
Well, what did they talk to you about?
we're concerned about some of the stuff you were saying. I think they thought I sounded revolutionary, like it's time for heads on pikes. Like,
Oh, that. Oh, yeah,
right, because like Tulsi would put like
technology that's available to people in the United States that is beyond our current understanding.
By the way, that is hilarious that the FBI called Eric, but I bet you it was not funny at the time. It would not be funny if the FBI called me after a podcast and were like, we're concerned about some of the stuff you're saying. But it would be funny afterwards if everything went okay with it. But I bet it wasn't funny at the time.
Of what's possible.
90% no.
90% no.
Because
Wow.
it's very hard. It's very hard to imagine physicists continuing to work on nothing for their entire careers. The number of people who are going to be retiring shortly, having never actually done physics as a physicist. We're talking about wasted lives. People are going to be very weird when they realize that they blew their entire career.
They're never going to admit it. He's right. He's 100% right. They're never going to admit it if they figure it out. They might, probably most of them will not figure it out ever. They'll die thinking they did great work that will never impact anything, which means it's not physics, because physics is the study of impact. But like some of them, the ones that do realize it, they're either going to be one of the most humble people on earth, and you know, thank God for them if they're any of them are like that. But most of them are not ever going to admit it, and they don't want to. Their entire career is every incentive in the world is on continuing the lie, and that also means continuing to lie to yourself, which is unfortunate. But he's right.
And I believe I can say what many of these problems are. And if you want to humiliate me at a leading university, just ask me to talk. You can put it on video. You don't realize how many things the standard model has subtly wrong when we explain it to people. It's not that the Lagrangian is wrong, not that the rules are wrong, but we say wrong stuff. We say, like, there are 3 generations that are only of matter that are only distinguished by mass. In other words, there's 3 copies of this stuff here. This is like the wood version, and then there's the plastic version, and then there's the metal version. There aren't 3, there are 2 generations plus an extra imposter generation, which looks like a generation. I mean, I can get into these things. And that should be a provocation. Somebody says, let's call this guy up, have him out, try and figure out what he's talking about. Doesn't matter. I don't think we're doing physics.
What do you think they're doing?
I think we are playing paintball rather than going to war, and we're giving prizes for generals who command the best paintball army. And then we're referencing everyone else who's actually trying to figure out how to fight to, well, have you submitted to the paintball competition? It's like, no, I don't want to do paintball. I understand that it keeps your skills up. I understand that some of them are transferable. But I mean, like, you've been in street fights?
Not since I was a teenager.
Yeah, well, I understand. Like,
Okay. I will say this. I've been in a couple street fights in my life. And I've been a martial artist all my life. I was a taekwondo guy like Joe Rogan who went to jiu-jitsu just like Joe Rogan. And I practiced firearms training and you know, I did Japanese swordsmanship and fencing and all kinds of stuff. And, you know, in Taekwondo, which is great, very good for your health, keeps you sharp, keeps your reaction time up. It's a sport. And I eventually got tired of the sport because I realized once when I lost a fight in high school that my first fight I lost. I never lost a fight after that. I won the 2 other fights I've been in, and they were justified. I didn't ever start any of them. They were defense always. But and I finished them. And but I had to change what I was studying. And I realized because I lost the fight in high school, I tried to use my Taekwondo. A guy grabbed my leg, wrapped it up. He didn't have any fighting skill whatsoever. And he punched me in the face, in the forehead, actually. And luckily, he was not a very strong kid, but my ego was so hurt. And I immediately did tons of research on and deconstructed what happened. Like, I didn't get hurt because, I mean, honestly, I was much stronger than this kid, but he was taller than me. But my pride was so hurt. He just punched me in the forehead. I didn't even feel it because of adrenaline and because he, like I said, he was very skinny. But I just stood there and he just stood there and we were just like, I think I said some smart ass comment. And then we just kind of walked away from each other and that was it. But I had realized I lost. And I had to admit it to myself. It wasn't like, oh, he cheated. There's no rules. What do you mean he cheated? Maybe in a Taekwondo sparring match, you can't grab people's feet, but you can do it in a real fight. And so I realized I had to get good at grappling and getting up close and you know, catching other people's feet. And so I did. I learned how to do it. I never lost a fight since. And I haven't been in a fight since college, which was like over a decade ago. So I'm not somebody who advocates for fighting at all. It's very easy for things to go wrong. So I'm like, don't look for street fights. But I'm very grateful that none of mine ended with me getting seriously hurt ever. And that could absolutely happen. I've come close to getting into fights before where people are trying to start fights with me and I realized like this is not a good situation. I left. That's the best decision to do. But when you realize that there's no rules, then you have to change your tactics. And string theorists are Taekwondo guys. It's a great sport. It really is. And it's very aligned and connected to actual fighting. But the rules are different. And the rules are that what makes impact matters, not what connects equations. What makes impact, that will connect equations, but you don't just chase equations. You try and you figure out the context, you make a prediction of how you could make an impact, and then you chase the equations. But you don't just chase equations. You can do that and you can gain beautiful insights, and I do that. I chase patterns in my work all the time, and sometimes it's led to beauty and resulted in something, but most of the time that I do it, I don't come up with any new serious insights. I'll see patterns and I'm like, dang, this is connected. And it is, but like, doesn't lead anywhere. That's string theory. And it's out of context. You know, I see all these symmetries and relations in numbers and patterns in my work. And as I'm just sometimes just letting go and just chasing a pattern and without a goal, it never really leads anywhere that I can orient. But when I have a goal in mind in a context, then I'm like that my pursuit is within, at least, then I have been very successful in creating the models that allow that do tell me things that are very important. But I could chase patterns forever, and that's what string theory is. It's taekwondo. It's sparring, but it's not a street fight. And I would know. Okay, next. This is great. This next clip. Okay.
I've spoken to him. But multiple temporal dimensions would be a decisive game changer in terms of changing everything that we know about the world.
And what would be the technology that someone could use to access that? Because that's the big thing.
I know. You think about it. You and I are both old enough to remember cassette tapes and vinyl albums. Mm-hmm. On a cassette tape, you've played your favorite album all the way through, like Dark Side of the Moon. And you want to play it again. You have to rewind through every song you just played. And you hear, right? But that doesn't happen on an album. Towards the end of the turntable time, the stylus would pick up, and it would skip over all the stuff that you didn't want to hear again. And it would go back to some track that you did. Imagine you could do that with time. You didn't have to go back through time to go back in time.
Dang. I'm not just saying dang because it blows my mind, guys. Like, the cat is dead and alive at the same time. I'm probably one of the only people in the world, and I say this completely humbly, like, I really do. I understand that it sounds arrogant, but that's just because that there's no way of avoiding that. It's because of what I'm saying. It's not because of how I'm saying it. I'm probably one of the only people in the world that can understand what that means and can explain some of the implications that are fascinating about that. When we think about time travel in a movie, you watch movies and it's like somebody goes back in time and they have to avoid themselves, like it's a Marvel movie or it's Star Trek or something like that. And Spock meets Spock in the past. Or, like, I don't know, like Captain America meets Captain America in the past. And the grandfather paradox and all this stuff. Some of that is still things interesting things that I need to think about. But some of them are not exactly, that are very different than what we think of in the movies. When we think about time travel in movies, we think about it like what he's saying, where you just rewind the tape. You're just like you have to rewind time. It's not what this would be. You pick up the stylus on the record player and you move it. But you're the stylus, which means you don't get to go back in time and see yourself necessarily. Like, I don't think, I've never been back in time that I'm aware of. So, like, I don't know. But this is implied by my work, it seems to be, at least, that when you travel to a different time, you're traveling to a different assembly structure, and you aren't you're not going to see yourself there because there aren't two yous. There's one. Okay? So you might not actually even see people that you know. Like, it might be that are with you. Like, they'd have to be disconnected from your current circumstances in a way. So, like, you can't be Spock, I don't think, and go back and meet Spock. Because that would be to rewind time, and it doesn't make sense. There's all kinds of logical problems with it. I hate time travel in movies because it doesn't make any sense, and it makes everything inconsequential. Now nothing matters. Nobody's decisions matter. You can always just go back in time. Thanos didn't win. You got the Infinity Stones, and all of a sudden, that's, what the battle doesn't even mean anything anymore, because there's a way to go back in time always. But it's not about going back in time. It's about going back to a specific assembly moment, and that is different, and we don't really understand exactly what that means, but I'm telling you that it doesn't mean what we think time travel normally means, because you are moving. Like, you might, if whatever you saw when you went into it, when you moved in time, it's not going to be the same as what you would see if you rewound it and just watched it as an outside observer. You are the stylus. Okay, so when you rewind time, you don't go back and see yourself. You're the stylus. You're not on the record. You understand? You're observing the record, and you're in the record, but you're not part of the record. It's different, and it holds implications on causality and that we just never think about. We don't. This is completely different from our current conceptualization of time travel. But it's much more real, possibly. The other time travel is not possible. Of going back in time, like the way we think of rewinding time, like you don't do that. It's almost like when you go back into a moment, it's like you can leave a moment, go to a different moment, come back to the original moment, but potentially, I'm trying to describe what I'm seeing in my head, but it's not speeding up and slowing down of time. You have no control over that. You have control over you. You don't have control over the record. The record is turning at the rate that it's turning, okay? God, the universe, is the record player, and he's turning the record as fast as he wants or as slow as he wants, and you have no control over it, but all you can do is you're the stylus and you can move, okay? You can't control the record speed. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the best way of describing it. You don't control the record speed. The universe does. God does. You don't. But you are the stylus and you can move. And but it means leaving information coherence completely. It means destroying information coherence, I think.
You know what I mean? Not really. I'm sort of at the edge of where I can actually say things. But you see, all of physics proceeds from the assumption that time is one-dimensional. We have this thing called deterministic propagation. So if you take quantum mechanics, there are really two rules. One is completely deterministic with no probability theory. You've got a system, you know its initial conditions, and you say, if I know the laws of physics, I should be able to figure out where this is. I take this lighter, and I throw it up, and I catch it, and it described a parabola. Okay. Initial condition, propagation, I measure it. It's completely determined by the point of release. In quantum mechanics, you have the second thing called quantum measurement. And that is this weird probabilistic thing that nobody understands. Everybody says, if you think you understand the quantum, you don't understand it. It's mind-blowing, blah, blah, blah. But the first part of it is where we're trying to fit gravity when we quantize it. I don't think gravity goes in that slot. I think that what you do is you don't quantize gravity, you harmonize gravity. Gravity is the observer. We say, well, when you make an observation, well, who's doing the observation? Is Joe doing the observation? Is Jamie doing the observation? Who's doing this observation? Who?
Is the universe doing this observation?
The right to use the second rule for collapsing the state vector with Schrodinger's cat and all entanglement weirdness. Well, I think it's gravity. I think that part of the story is that gravity is the observer through something called a pullback operation. And when you realize that you don't naively quantize gravity the way you quantize everything else. In fact, gravity is the only field living on the successor to space-time, if I'm correct. There are two spaces called X and Y. All the cool stuff in here, the electrons, the quarks that make up everything.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, he's right. I might be the only person in the world who could tell you that. And I really mean that. That's unfortunate. That's not like oh gosh, I'm so smart. No, it's intuitive if you understand the context. I don't have the highest IQ, guys. I'm not Chris Langan. It's not about IQ. It's about contextualizing things correctly, and then you can perceive what is the right connections and what's there. Listen, geometric unity. What geometric unity is stating in that statement through Eric is exactly what sentient singularity theory implies. You do not quantize gravity the way that you quantize everything else, all the other forces in physics. There aren't little tiny gravitons everywhere, little force carrier particles of gravity all around us. There's one, and you're in it. You're in it. And you're perceiving 3 generations of force carrier particles, just like you're perceiving 3 generations of force carrier particles not of force carrier particles, of matter particles in the fermions and quarks and electrons. So this is because your mind is breaking information, and so that's why you see the quantities that you do. And he's right. It is 2 generations, not 3, but it's really, I would describe it, it's not that there's 2 generations plus a pseudo imposter generation. I wouldn't call it that. It's that one of them is a constraint and the other 2 are degrees of freedom. Okay? Because you have to contextualize that these things are manifesting due to information processing of a mind, rank ordering information into a hierarchy. And that's where these structures are coming from. That's where also length with height comes from, and XYZ, and past, present, future, and electron, muon, and tau, and gluon, and electron, and what is oh my gosh, I'm just thinking of the force. I'm blanking right now. Gosh, this is ridiculous. I'm just blanking it, but here. It's the W and Z bosons. Gosh, that's why I'm blanking, because it's 3 of them. I didn't even need to look it up. But even that's 3, okay? It's like the W positive, the W negative, and the Z. And then like there's the Higgs, which is weird, but it's I can't explain it right now, but one day I will get into why there's 3 force carriers of with the W negative, positive, and Z, and then also why there's like the Higgs is perceived, I think, but the graviton is different. You're in it, and none of these force carrier particles are really anything other than interactions that we can, like, they're like little ripples, like two, in a way. I mean, that's true of matter particles too. I hate these terms. We should call quarks force points. That makes sense. In my model, that's what I call them, force points. They're not, and then you can, if you're going to think about a marriage, okay, so a marriage would be like a force carrier particle, and versus like a male and female would be like matter particles. And so in a way, but you're seeing even that is like there's this generationality that appears to be trialic or three families, but it's that one of them is a constraint. It's like man, woman, marriage. And one of them is like the constraint, which is like family, it's the fact that humans need to unite these two in order to reproduce. I'm not explaining it very well, but I understand what he's saying, but I wouldn't call it a pseudo generation. It's just because of the context of people explaining it into generations of matter, that we think about it as a generation, but it is, I mean, there is a generationality to it, but it's one of them is a constraint. That's my point. It's not a pseudo generation, but it is different. It's like Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Creator, creation, and there's like godly soul in Judaism. It's inside all of us. It's the Holy Spirit in Christianity, and godly soul is Judaism's version of Holy Spirit. But it's the constraint that can be observed. Gravity, when he says you don't quantize gravity, you harmonize it. Yeah, if you're doing this from the inside out. If you're doing it from the outside in, then yeah, you quantize gravity, but still you're inside it. You're inside the graviton. So, but we're inside of the universe, so we can't quantize gravity. We have to harmonize it. But you can imagine its context and look at it from the outside in. But the universe is the force carrier particle of gravity. Gravity is the animating force of the universe. When you look at the turntable on a record player, as to use Eric's metaphor, gravity is the motor that's turning the record. That's gravity. And it's an intentional action by the record player, which in this case is a sentient record player. Okay, just imagine. It's not just a machine that has no agency. It does have agency. Imagine your record player was sentient and it could decide when to speed things up and slow things down. You wouldn't even know when it was doing it because you're in space-time. So if it speeds up things, and it can speed up and slow down different parts of the record, okay? Like it can speed up this song and slow down that song, even though you're only playing one song at one time. How's that for mind-blowing? And for you, you're going to hear the song the same always. You're never going to hear things faster or slower. Just like if time speeds up, you're never going to notice. If it slows down, you're never going to notice. You're in it. You're just subject to it. That's all you can notice. But you don't know how fast it's going because relative to what? That's why you don't know. You don't have any point of reference. It does, the universe does, the sentient record player does, that's playing and speeding up and slowing down songs that it's playing simultaneously all on one record. On the record player, every song is playing at the same speed. But in the reality, when you're thinking about a sentient record player that is the universe, it can choose to speed up and slow down the entire record or certain songs and not others. Maybe it can even spin some backwards. I don't know. But it doesn't have to do it all songs simultaneously. It can do them individually. Different timelines, but they're not timelines, they're moment chains. It's a better way of thinking about it. It's about navigating moment chains, not timelines. Not a timeline. It's moment chains that are entangled and around each other. Like this. Imagine each one of these numbers is a moment. This 1 is a moment. This 7 is a moment. This 2 is a moment. And this 2 is dependent upon all these numbers around it and what led to it and what came before it and what's coming after it. And this 2 might be connected to this 0, and this 0 might be connected directly to this 1, and might be indirectly connected to this 7, but this 1 might be directly connected to this 4. Like, that is, and there's a bunch of moments that are interconnected into an interconnected chain. It's a chain of chains of moments. This is the context of what Eric is talking about. This is the sentient record player that can choose to speed up and slow down certain songs. Maybe turn them backwards. You can't. But you, as the stylist, can jump. Okay? But you need the context in order to know where you're jumping to. And you can't jump anywhere without perceiving the place to jump. If you don't see that there's a place to jump to, you can't go. It's just like the movie Jumper, which is funny because in the movie Jumper with Hayden Christensen, he can't jump anywhere that he hasn't been, which really means he can't jump anywhere that he hasn't seen because, you know, he's like, I wouldn't know where I'm even going. That is true too, but that doesn't mean you have to physically have been in that moment to jump back to that moment. It means that you have to know the structure of the interconnected moment chains and where you're going to jump to in that moment chain. Like, but we don't even think about the universe in that structure yet. So we can't do it. And it's amazing though. Like I said, I do believe geometric unity is right, guys. I mean, it really is. My work is not a threat to it. And I hope that, like, Eric doesn't think that I'm trying to, like, be competition or anything. I hope nobody thinks that. Nobody. I hope Donald Hoffman doesn't think that, and Eric doesn't think that, and Chris Langan doesn't think that. It's not my goal. My only goal is to compete with Sean Carroll. Because Sean Carroll gave a lecture that said, God is not a good theory. And in fact, it is the only good theory, Sean Carroll. He is my competition. No one else. And you don't even need to compete. Like, the truth doesn't need to compete with lies. It just needs to, like, that's it. It just needs to be shown. That's it. So this is amazing though. I'd hope that this has been, like, interesting to you guys. I'm going to, okay, here, let's go to this. I told you guys this is going to be a long stream. He did a 4.5-hour stream with, like, there's no way this isn't going to be long. And it was so disjointed in the beginning. I'm going to keep going. Please hit the like button if you're watching this and you're finding this valuable. It really helps fuel the algorithm, and it helps let me know that, you know, you value this. So, here. Let's go here, and we're going to end it pretty soon, but we're going to go a bit forward. There's so many conversations that were had in this that are so relevant to my life, and so interesting to me, topic-wise, but we're going to stick to physics. Gravity is the observer. Gravity is the observer. Gravity is, it is the record player that turns the record, and you're the stylus. It is observing. Gravity is, this is going to get into, like, things about my work and that I'm not talking about too much publicly regarding my experiment, which some people do know about, and there's a record of everybody who knows about that experiment, but that gravity is not separate from observation, but it's I'm not going to really, like, get into it right now, but when Eric's talking about it, gravity is the observer. What he's saying, I think, is that the universe is the observer, and he's right. But gravity is, it's linked to also us as observers. It's and and molecules even, and atoms, and maybe hadrons. But gravity is it's the animating force of sentience. That's what it is. By sentience. That's just what it is. So when he says gravity is the observer, you could say the graviton is the observer and the graviton is the universe. I think that's what he's saying. And he's right if that's what he's saying.
Of the distance between objects.
I asked if I might be more entertaining if I were rich, so it gave me a lotto number and I was quite amused. Interesting. You haven't gone back. I think the record skipped on me a little bit today. Sometimes I think the record can move, and I've talked about like weird experience that I had once on here where I thought I had like sleep paralysis, but it was like I was like 20 and I saw like a skinwalker, but I didn't know what it was at the time. You know, I just saw like a demon creature and I was like, that was the worst dream ever, but it was not a dream. Like it was like it was just the craziest thing. And, you know, I was like in my room, and I've talked about it, and there's a stream on it, and you can look back in the history, and it was like, it's called like I Saw Wendigo, and I tell the story. And I was like 20 years old, and I wasn't into any of this stuff. I was a materialist, like to the core, and I just thought that this was a dream. But I was like totally aware of it because of what was going on too, which made no sense if it was a dream, because I had taken like class in psychology that talked about sleep paralysis and how you could perceive negative entities or feel negative entities at the time. And I had sleep paralysis for the first time, and I woke up, my girlfriend was like under my arm, and we were just like laying in bed, and I like was like, oh, this is weird. This is cool though. This is exactly what we learned about in school. And then all of a sudden I felt like a dark presence, and I was like, okay, this is creepy, but this is exactly what they told us about in school. And then creature thing like walked into the room and was at the edge of the bed, and then I was like able to move, and I was freaking out. My girlfriend is screaming like you would scream if there was a freaking like demon creature that was sitting at the edge of the bed, and I'm like yelling, and I think we're gonna die. I really do. I mean, and I've had vivid dreams before, but within 5 minutes of waking up from a dream, you're like, oh, thank God that was a dream. This was not like that. But I did deny the idea that this could be anything more because of just my perspective at the time, but I knew at the time that it was not like any other dream I had ever had. And it just, at a certain point, I thought, we're dead. There's nothing I can do. We're going to die. This weird demon creature is going to kill us. And I just lunged at this thing because it lunged at me. I lunged at it, and like I roared like William Wallace. Like it was, I just didn't know what else to do. And I'm like, and I just charged it. And right before we hit, it was like I woke up. But it was like I was never asleep, and I was just laying in bed. Like, just my arm is around my girlfriend. I'm in my room and I'm looking around. I'm like, did I just like skip backwards? And that's literally how it felt. It felt like I skipped backwards in time, and made no sense other than to just call it a dream. But I'm telling you, it was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It was the most terrifying moment of my life to this day. And what's weird is years and like 4 years ago, a friend of mine was like, oh, do you know what a Wendigo is? And I was like, no. And he was like, it's a skinwalker. And I was like, oh, I've heard about skinwalkers. Like I went to NAU, which is my college is on a reservation area. And I used to hear about skinwalkers, but didn't think anything of it. And so I Googled it and I saw an image for the first time in 10 years of 10 years of exactly what I saw that night. And like it wasn't like something I saw in a movie. Like usually when it's a dream, it's like it's something in a movie. I had a dream pretty recently that was like pretty scary, and it was first time I've had a nightmare in a while, and I was like there were aliens from the movie Alien in the dream, and I was like, trying to avoid them, and it was scary. But I woke up and I was like, that was a dream. It's the movie, the aliens from the movie Alien, the xenomorphs. And I haven't seen that movie in years, but every now and then I have a dream about it. And this was not like that. This was something I'd never seen before in a movie or anything, and until 10 years later. But it was weird because it felt like we skipped backwards in time. But it was like we didn't rewind. It was like we went back. It was like it never happened. So weird. And when I videoed the UFO that my wife and I saw here in LA, what's weird is you see it and it looks like it's stationary and it's hovering above like Pasadena area. We're driving down the 210. And then I like lose it for a second and it's like all of a sudden it's hovering over Glendale. Just like 10 it like jumped like 5 miles in like a second. And then I keep watching it and you can keep watching it and you can watch the video. I have it on my channel. What's weird about it is that it's like it appears to be stationary and not moving, but then when you look at the context around it, you're like, okay, it started at the beginning of the video over like Eagle Rock, and now it's over past Hollywood. And it's like 5 minutes or less video. It's like less than 5 minutes. It went tens of miles and you don't even see it move. How is it? It's like the rest of the world moves, but it stands still. It's so strange. That's what's so crazy about that video is it appears so unremarkable. You're like, oh, there's that light. And you can see a plane flies like underneath it at a certain point, or it looks like it flies underneath it, but it's a little further away. And so it's not a plane because you can see a plane in the video right next to it. It's like goes. But it's just a super bright, unblinking light, and it appears not just stationary, super stationary. But if you pay close attention, you'll realize you never see it appear to move. You can see airplanes appear to move that are further away than that thing, so you should definitely be able to see it move. But for some reason, it starts in one place and ends up in another while appearing to stay stationary the entire time and moves tens of miles. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. It's just a trick of the camera. No, it might make sense in a context that we don't understand. It might be growing and shrinking rulers. And we're sitting there staring at the rulers and not realizing that they're growing and shrinking. So it looks like stationary. But then when you compare from this moment to next moment, you're like, it's in a completely different spot. What the heck? It messes with your mind the more you stare at that video, and you can go look at it. The more you will realize it does not make any sense. That's the most profound thing about that video, is that it's like it's shrinking and growing distances. And we're in it in a way that doesn't allow us to like perceive what's happening unless we're looking at it from moment to moment. But it's not continuous in a way. It's so weird. But it makes perfect sense with what Eric's talking about. So does the Wendigo thing a little bit. I do genuinely think that was some type of demonic being. Now, if like I've said before, guys, when you're driving your car, to use another music player analogy, and that's not a record player, when you're driving your car and you're listening to the radio, there are radio waves around you for many stations. The Mexican station, the classical station, the hip-hop station, the country station, and all of them are playing around you at once. And it just depends on how you're tuned on whether or not you see what you see. And sometimes I think our tuning gets like a little wobbly, and all of a sudden you can hear like the Mexican station and the classical station at the same time, and you're like, what the heck is that demon in my room? Like, I think that can happen to people. But I think that happened there. But what was weird is it also involved like time. It seemed like time manipulation, which I don't think we can do. I think the universe can do it though. Remember, it's a sentient record player that can control and turn backwards and forwards and speed up and slow down individual songs, not just the record as a whole. This is the context of geometric unity. It's about perceiving the system and the context of the context that gives rise to what we see in space-time, but it's about going a level below or a level above, however you want to think about it. But here.
Planets, gravity. We're looking at that. All that stuff where if it didn't exist, if somehow or another we lived in some contained environment and we had no concept of space whatsoever, and then we gained access to it, we would be unbelievably overwhelmed. If you lived in some sort of underground facility your entire life,
Love this.
and then one day you got a chance to go outside and see the Keck Observatory in Hawaii in a clear night with no moon, you would be overwhelmed.
Really smart.
It'd be crazier than that.
There aren't many that are dumber than us either. But not my point. Those sorts of models are what distinguish people who are going to get called crazy but aren't, because it's an obvious point. You have to account for this possibility that there's something called India up in the skies that doesn't want anyone landing here.
Right.
Who's monitoring what's going on, and they're not going to be infinitely patient if they exist.
Or they're monitoring what's going on and they know what we're all talking about, and that physics is like looking like it's about to have a renaissance, and that geometric unity might allow for degrees of freedom that we don't currently have access to, and they're, sabotaging us.
Now, if that's true, and we can leave, and we can't civilize ourselves, and we bring this mad technology with us, this ability to destroy, I personally feel responsible in a way that my colleagues don't. They have these ideas like, oh, I'm a physicist, it's just fun, it's really interesting, it's a bunch of puzzles. My feeling is, you doomed the human race, and you don't feel responsible for building a lifeboat, for saving us, for, what kind of a sociopath are you? I'm not even a physicist, Joe, and I feel responsible. And this gets back, to some weird stuff about.
So they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about the equations they're working on. They're thinking about the puzzles they're trying to solve.
It's fun. I get to play. It's universe this and puzzle that. And just, please, it's not.
Do they not think of a way to leave the Earth?
So funny. I just love Eric's comments about the physics community, because they're so true. And it's so funny because I used to be like, oh man, 11 dimensions, please tell me more, Stephen Hawking, please. And I didn't understand any of it. Cats are dead and alive at the same time. It's not that it's an assembly and a singularity at the same time and it alternates. That's not what it is. It's actually that it's dead and alive. No, that's not what it is. It's that it's an assembly and a singularity at the same time. Just like that is a square and squares at the same time. And you are cells and a human at the same time. The cat is cells and a cat at the same time. And depending on when the observation takes place, is whether or not you're gonna see the cat there. But if you look in the wrong moment, you'll see it asleep. But if you look in the right moment, you'll see it awake. Cat is not dead and alive at the same time. It's asleep and awake at the same time. In a way. Not at the same time, but it's that it could be either, and it depends on when you look. This is why quantum mechanics is probabilistic. Probability doesn't exist. I was a probability savant in school, okay? And I was so good at it that I could tell you the answer to an equation, and in college my probability professor my business statistics professor, and my stats professor, just math, in general, not just business statistics, they would be like, you can't possibly know that. And I'd be like, well, yeah, actually I can, because if like there's this many, marbles in a jar, like, and whatever it was, and I could explain it to them, and it would be simple to explain, and they'd be like, okay, like, maybe you can. And it's not because I'm so smart or intelligent. It's not because of intelligence. I don't know what smart means. It means competent, but intelligent is different. Intelligence is not what I am super intelligent. I'm not super intelligent. My IQ is lower than almost everybody else that is interested in this stuff, probably. But at least and goes on to deal with it academically, almost certainly. But what probability really is it's geometry. It's about interacting geometries, which is about interacting entanglement relationships, symmetry relationships, which are entanglement relationships. And it's because you have two moving like observers in this observerse. As Eric says, there's the court and the stands of a stadium. There's you and the universe, and you're two observers. And what happens is that when you observe the universe, it's doing something. It's moving. It's dynamic. It's not static. Just like you're not static. So you have a dynamic system observing another dynamic system from within that system. And what happens there is it's going to cause the appearance of a probabilistic distribution of observations. But they're not, but if you knew the full context of it all, you would see that like if you were looking at these interactions together and you had a God's eye view completely, like, you wouldn't observe probabilities. There's no probabilities. This is why I say on here all the time is kind of a joke, but it's also not a joke, when I'm like, some kind of synchronicity happens, and Eric Weinstein gets on Joe Rogan and he's like, Renaissance technologies. And I'm like, Renaissance technologies is a front for next gen physics? What are the odds that the hedge fund that is the front for next gen physics has the name Renaissance technologies? Probably 100%. It's like a joke, but it's not. Because it's true. I say that all the time and it's funny because it's true. What are the odds of that? Probably 100%. That moment. But like, you're just seeing half of it. And so you see the odds of, 30%, 33% of the time, or 1/3 of the time, it does this, and 2/3 of the time it does that. It's like, it's not, it's deterministic. If it wasn't deterministic, then there wouldn't be probability, the appearance of even probability. You understand? If there was no such thing as like objective determinism, then you wouldn't be able to even perceive probability, because probability, there would be no probabilities to even perceive. There would be no patterns without determinism. It's just, we just don't understand. We have words like random that shouldn't even exist. We should delete the word. But when these physicists are like, universe this, puzzle that, 11 dimensions, maybe we're a bubble in a bubble bath that's, the God equation. The God equation's bubble bath. I don't know. Like, that's Michio Kaku. He's out of control, guys. He's out of control. You know how many I've heard God as an equation where the universe is a bubble in a bubble bath, essentially. Like, I've heard we have 11 dimensions. The guy's out of control. Okay. Let's do one more. Well, two, real quick. And then we'll go.
to the next page. The new gauge theory. You see those two equations? dA of phi equals 0. I had written psi rather than phi. Phi has to do with the spin of the field. But Ed Witten had written these things down, and now all of these people were converted. And a lecture is given at room 507 in the Harvard Math Department on the 5th floor, across from the office of a guy named Raoul Bott, who is absolutely not my advisor, but the internet is determined to make him my advisor. It's making me really upset. Raoul Bott is my hero, but he was not my advisor.
Raoul Bott is the guy who I believe came up with Bott periodicity, which is part of my model. And I propose the context of what that is structurally in the cosmos.
He's a great man, and you shouldn't do that to him, and you shouldn't do that to me. So I go to this lecture, and the person giving it was really the closest thing I had to an advisor, if it's not a guy named Dror Bar-Natan, is the brother of somebody you've had on your program. You've had Gary Taubes on your program. His brother is named Clifford Taubes. And Clifford Taubes had picked a fight with Princeton. And he had said, you know, these guys at Princeton, we work our asses off to get these results in Donaldson theory. These equations are so hard, and then always after the fact, Princeton tells us what we're really doing. You know, thanks, guy. So it was a fight between Cambridge and Princeton. And now he's got to eat crow. Okay? So he's giving this lecture, and he titles it Witten's Magical Equations. This is the same guy who tells me that I can't live in Massachusetts in 1987. And he's going on, he's like saying, this is the greatest day of my life. I was in prison. I was working at hard labor for 10 years. These equations make everything trivially easy. I am sitting in the back row of room 507, picking my nose. And a guy in the front seat on the right-hand side is named David Kajdan, one of the most brilliant people on the planet. And he usually falls asleep during the lecture. He's like a Soviet Jew who got through the anti-Semitic system at Moscow State, like unbelievable mind. And he says, excuse me, Cliff, didn't we have a student at some point who told us to look at the spinor bundles and maybe these equations? And Cliff goes white as a ghost, and I'm picking my nose, right nostril, and the entire room swivels and looks at me. And then I realize, like, everybody actually remembers what I was saying, and my thesis is on the spinor bundles, all this stuff. And I have this question, do I tell them the whole theory? And I left mathematics at that moment. I just decided, I can't trust you people. Cliff knows the answer. Cliff is supposed to say, you know, Eric told me to look at that. And he won't do it. He's sitting there giving the credit, not even to Seiberg and Witten, who are the two people who do these equations. He's giving the whole thing to Witten because he's scared. Because he's apologizing. He's saying, I screwed up. I doubted you, Princeton. Princeton was right. Harvard was wrong. New Jersey beats Massachusetts. Tough shit. That's the way it goes. But Massachusetts actually had an entrant in that game, and that was me. And then Isidore Singer writes somewhere in one of his papers, you know, I learned about this years ago, before from Eric Weinstein, a paper with Cano and...
Okay, so I wanted to display that for one because I let it play. It wasn't exactly where I wanted it to start, but I let it play because I think that that's... It's a story that I've heard Eric tell in a more private setting, and I believe it. And I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters. It matters. Credit matters. But like, it show. There's lessons in it that just shows. You know, Kurchai Mungal said this. He was like, you know, the UFO community is gonna, if they're proved correct about things, which it appears like every day they're proved more and more correct. It's still going to be like Neil deGrasse Tyson that takes the credit. He's going to be like, well, there are objects in the air. It's like, you literally called these people cranks for years. And then now, because, you know, the right people said it, you're going to adopt it. And you're not even going to give credit to the original people. You're not going to be like, those UFO people, they actually... weren't crazy. We were the crazy ones, and we should, you know, start thinking about them as not being so crazy. And no, they will still be branded cranks, and the credit will be taken by the establishment. That will happen. it's just an inevitability. And that's what happened, it appears like, with Eric and these equations and this concept and the Witten equations. But there was a part that I was trying to get at. Maybe I went. Okay, yep, that's why, because I didn't go forward enough. Here.
Different. The opportunities are different. Something called the Petit Salam theory of grand unification is tied to the Einstein theory. And what I want to do is to say, can I get people, lawyers, guns, and money, to investigate this so that we can go traverse the cosmos? I don't know how to do the engineering any more than the person who invented the neutron. Was it Chadwick, or who's the one who found it? He wasn't Lise Meitner, who figured out the chain reaction, and she wasn't Enrico Fermi, who figured out how to do it experimentally. That wasn't Trinity, which was the Manhattan Project, and they weren't.
I will just say, the fact that a woman figured out the neutron chain reaction, I didn't know that, but like, that's basically, I've talked about this on here, but it mirrors the pattern of like feminism on an atomic scale. It's a bunch of free neutrons, which are basically like females on the neutron level. It's the nuclear family is the nucleus of an atom. Proton is the male, and the neutron is a female. This is the manifestation, literally, of gender on the atomic scale, on the subatomic scale. It is. That doesn't mean that it's like exactly like us, but it just means it is a manifestation of gender. And gender just means active versus reactive. People say a neutron, it has no charge. No. It's charge dependent. Okay? It's different. It's not neutral as in absent of charge. It can't not have a charge. It is just that it's charge dependent, and it picks up the charge of that which is, leading it in a way. And that could be a proton or not. But it isn't absent charge. It's charge dependent, meaning like it's just a little different. It's almost the same, but it's a little different. But what's funny is the breaking of the nucleus of an atom from the protons and neutrons separating, and you have neutrons that just go lacking their self-awareness, just like protons. He said earlier, they realize like almost that they're going to collide with others, and it scares others away. They avoid the danger. But the neutrons, they have no idea, lacking self-awareness, because feminine is focused on others, masculine is focused on self. Masculine is their blind spot of masculinity, or the masculine perspective, the active perspective, is it's blind to others in most circumstances, and that's a problem, and it's a problem for men. We don't realize how we hurt people sometimes, and then problem with women is they oftentimes they're not aware of how of themselves. They're just aware of others. So in order to fix this problem for both of them, you have to unite them into a marriage, because now the female can make the male aware of others, and the male can make the female aware of self. And this happens in a marriage, I can tell you for a fact from experience, because I'm married. And there was a point in time in which I was not. And but the neutrons, when you break the family unit, the nucleus, the nuclear family, you have free neutrons, like liberated women, that just go on and cause a cascading movement of that we call feminism, and it's basically a nuclear fission reaction, which is kind of amazing. And I don't say that as a negative thing. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that it's exactly the same. I'm saying that the patterns of behavior between males and female humans and protons and neutrons they do mirror each other very much. That's what I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. But if you want to know the truth of that, look at it, and then look at humans. I made predictions about each from looking at the other, and that were accurate. So there are similarities, a lot, and but it's interesting that a woman basically perceived what is like hedronic feminism, or predicted it in a way. That's, guys, what are the odds of that? Probably 100%. Side tangent, but
And Ulam. So it's not on Eric to figure out how to do the engineering project. I need people.
What could you imagine would be involved in figuring out a way to harness that, like, and actually utilize it, and actually go interdimensionally? Like,
Yeah.
what would you have to do? What kind of power would have to be generated? Like, what would be involved?
So what wouldn't be involved is getting an entire planet to put a tiny dent in space-time, because that's not going to work. It would be a question of saying, I know about more degrees of freedom. Are those degrees of freedom accessible? And to give you an idea of what's involved, if you take a proton with 2 up quarks and a down quark, so put 2 U's and a D inside of a ball you call a proton, you're tempted to say, okay, if those are hard little balls inside, I want to pull one out. It doesn't work. The equations have something that used to be called infrared slavery, but we're not allowed to say the word slavery because of diversity, equity, inclusion. I'm going to say slavery because I'm here. You cannot pull a quark out of a proton. So what looks like a degree of freedom is not accessible to you. In the equations, you see up quarks and down quarks. You don't see protons and neutrons. But the consequence of the equations is protons and neutrons, right? So when you look at the equations, you can't tell, is that accessible or inaccessible? To bring it back to the UFO point, the reason UFOs matter to me is if they're here, then these degrees of freedom are accessible. And if they're not here, then it's probably like protons being filled with up quarks and down quarks that we can't engineer. The consequences of quark structure inside of the atom, industrially, are 0. We've been at this since, you're born, what, 67?
Mm-hmm.
The year after you're born, we find quarks. We have 0 industrial applications, right? That means you have to think about both possibilities. One, that these things are actionable if they're right. So first of all, Eric can be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong if I'm wrong. Or I can be right. If I'm right, then it splits into a second level of the decision tree. Maybe the new degrees of freedom are things we can play with at the engineering level, and maybe they're inaccessible just the way we can't play with up quarks and down quarks directly. If we can play with it, then we've got so many new toys, you have no idea. New forces, new matter, new possibilities to flit in and out between dark and light matter.
But from an engineering perspective, how would you make any of this happen?
You would build something based on new plans that did something that nothing else could do. So,
and that is not the last quote, but it's the second to last quote of the night, because that's exactly true. Once Eric asked me in Discord discussion, everybody was like screaming at me to shut up, and I wasn't even speaking yet. Well, I had spoken, but like they weren't screaming, they were typing it. So there's a voice conversation happening, and there's like this chat happening. And I didn't realize that the chat was happening, but I found out after the fact. And I had said something that Eric had agreed with. And, you know, somebody was like, I asked Eric, what is the danger of his theory? And he didn't give me an exact answer, but he gave me an answer that wasn't unexpected. And somebody chimes in there like, haven't you heard of the atom bomb? As if like, you know, because Eric constantly says, you know, oh, physics has consequences. And, you know, one of those is the atom bomb. And this is just a parrot. Okay, this is a parrot screeching. That's what it is. It's just a parrot that has been trained in a show called The Education System to just screech and to repeat what it has heard. instead of to speak. And I said to the person, like, snap back a bit, and I was like, of course I've heard of the atom bomb. What's the next atom bomb? I don't care about the atom bomb. We already have the atom bomb. What's the next atom bomb? And obviously, and this is going on, and Eric says, this conversation continues, and Eric starts talking about quark structures and how you never perceive quarks separate from each other. You perceive hadrons. Those hadrons have quarks in them that we're aware of because of math. And but you never see quarks on their own, just floating around. And I'm taking his word for it. I'm not a physicist. I think I've looked it up and confirmed that that's what it said, but that's what he said to me at the time. And I didn't know that at the time, though. But that made perfect sense, according to my work. And I was like, and he was like, nobody knows why this is the case. And I was like, I think I do know why that's the case. And everybody's like, Tyler, shut up. And Eric's like, no, let him speak. And I failed to say what I was trying to say because I'd never, ever, ever even been asked this question before and thought about how I would verbalize it. And he basically said, and I ended up saying, it's not multiple things, it's one thing, it's a superposition, something like that. And Eric's like listening, and he's like trying to figure out if I'm making any sense. And I don't know what his eventual conclusion was, but I have realized better way of explaining this because he talked about it here. Can't pull quarks out of an atom or out of a hadron, basically. And the reason why is in sentient singularity theory, quarks are force points. You have force points. These are your force points. And they are used to manipulate the world a little bit by adding a point of force. Pick up a water bottle. Why? Points of force. Imagine you want to pick up this water bottle and you want to animate it. Not only do you want to animate it, you want to direct it. So not only do you want to move it, you want to move it a certain way. How do you do that? Well, you need 3 degrees of freedom, essentially. Imagine I pick this up with 2 fingers. Yeah, I can do some things. I only have 2 fingers, but I can grab something. Maybe I can push something. I can push something with 1 finger. I can grab something with 2 fingers. But imagine you don't have an arm, too. So, like, you can't move. Don't think about the arm, because that's not a degree of freedom that exists. So I can hold something. And I can push something with 1 finger. I can hold something with 2. But then you add in a 3rd one. And I can do... Oh, man, this is a little bit cantankerous. But I can move things. Let's do something that's not going to cause a mess. It's just water, but still. I don't just push things. I don't just hold things. Now I can move things. I can push things. I can hold things. I can manipulate the directionality of things. You need 3 degrees of freedom to do this in space. And not even in space, but in an environment. And that's in that environment is the environment of decision. Okay, you need like if you have a path, a road, and you want to have a choice, then you put a fork in the road, right? But that's actually 3. Okay, that's 3. If you look at it from the top down, you've got 1 this way, 1 this way, and then 1 going back the way you came. This is what's necessary for a decision, essentially. You need to have the context of where you've come from, which is what your goal is, linked to your goal, and you have to know where you want to go, and you now have 2 degrees of freedom ahead of you, which is really unites with to be 3. This is the constraints of mind force you to have these 3 dimensions of maneuvering in a way. That's why past, present, future, length, width, height, electron, muon, tau, all these things. But if they're force points, they're not like little rocks They're like points of force, like fingers of God, of the universe, whatever you want to call it. Imagine, though, that you could only see them like this. You can't see that they're attached to this whole other being. You can't see that they're all on one hand. This is why in sentient singularity theory, I'm not sure if sentience begins essentially at atoms or if it begins at hadrons, because hadrons they display qualities of gender and they have the dimensions and degrees of freedom necessary to make choices, which is that they have 3 dimensions to them through the triality of their quarks. But there's 2 types of quarks in each one, which you need this binary triality pattern in order to navigate, because you need to have decision and the ability to recognize decision and also recognize consequence and sequence of causality, which you need 3 to do, and but you need 2 to make choice, to perceive choice, but you need a 3rd one in order to perceive causality, and because it's what shows you the pattern. Like, so you can see between this and that something happened, but if you perceive it again, then you know it's a pattern. So, like, this is how your mind works. Basically, though, you don't find the answer that I should have given to this question by Eric is you don't perceive quarks as separate from each other for the same reason that you don't find fingers separate from each other. They're always next to other fingers. And that's because they are connected to something behind the curtain that you cannot see. They are actually one being, not separate little pebbles of, great, like grains of sand. They're not that. They're part of a single structure, like a hand. Like, whether or not hadrons are sentient, or whether or not they are just the hands of God that appear sentient, or whether or not it's both, I don't know. But they certainly have the dimensions that make them, and the gender dynamics that make them look sentient. But quarks are not. Quarks are like fingers. Finger is not sentient. I'm sentient. And it's not a hand alone. Like, maybe it's like it's a single being behind that curtain, but you're seeing these 3 force points, and they're not separate from each other. So that is the answer to that question that I should have given. I just wanted to say that I have not really said that like before, but I have had at least a couple years, probably almost, to think about that question, because I saw it in my head so clearly and I knew I botched the answer. But that is the answer. You don't see quarks separate from each other for the same reason you don't find fingers separate from each other, except in mafia movies. But the universe is not a mafia movie. Very last clip, and then I'll read the chat and we'll go. Like I said, guys, this was going to be a long one. Took a bit of time to get into, but I appreciate everybody who was stuck it out. This is a very important quote by Eric.
In My Own Tears, which is a cover. Ray Charles did a cover version of it. He figured out what the song was supposed. Okay.
Yeah, hit me with it.
transcendent beings. They think that Ezekiel, the book of
My
Ezekiel, is
we
about
went a bit
this.
forward, but that was cool. No
Friday night
regrets.
we believe, right? And my claim is that there are plenty of opportunities using the doubly scientific method. If something is much smarter than us and is able to communicate these things, maybe it said to Hal, look, we can't interfere with you because we have a prime directive, but we can give you indirect hints. What do I know? I don't know anything. Do I think it's likely? No, I think Hal is probably not correct, right? But is it impossible to communicate with somebody below the bottom of the sea? No, it's not impossible. Even using neutrinos, it's not impossible. Is there any mechanism that implements it? None that I'm aware of. Do we listen for neutrino events? 100%. 1987A, the supernova, I believe that the photons and the neutrinos were screaming at us and arrived almost at the same time, because the neutrinos we now know have a tiny mass, so they wouldn't be traveling at quite the speed of light. Now, the point is, let's imagine that we had Neil deGrasse Tyson on. He's not having any of this shit. He's locked in to, because he's not really a physicist and at a practicing level, he has to worry about his respectability. He is 100% one of the most brilliant people at scientific exposition I've ever seen in my life. But he can't think. He's not ready to do great science, because great science has an element of irresponsibility to it. And what we don't understand, I think, about it is that when we decide that everybody has to do good science, it's like you doom yourself. Many of the greatest scientists of all time were borderline quacks. The belief, for example, that Watson and Crick had that DNA had to be a helix. I mean, Jim Watson's somebody I know, and I dealt with for 4 days straight. The reason he beat Rosalind Franklin is that she couldn't spend one day not being a good scientist. She was a good scientist, and he admitted he was not. Okay? But he was convinced it had to be a helix. And from her perspective, it's like, oh, you want to be Linus Pauling, who figured out the alpha helix in proteins. So you're going to take Linus's work and you're going to superimpose it on DNA and explain my Maltese cross. And it's not about male versus female. Absolutely, Jim Watson claims that if Rosalind Franklin had spent one afternoon thinking it was a helix, she would have gotten it before he did. That's an extremely generous, kind, feministic belief. She was a good scientist. He admits he was not a good scientist, but he was a great scientist. And that's the big difference. Great scientists engage in quackery. Kary Mullis, taking LSD or getting stoned out of his mind, coming up with the polymerase chain reaction, is an example of great science, right? Richard Feynman claiming that a particle takes every possible path it can simultaneously does not make sense. But it's great science. It's not good
It does if it's a wave.
It's almost like guitar playing.
Okay. It does make sense, actually. But you have to know the context. And the difference is that Rosalind Frank, I guess her name was, she's probably looking at, well, you don't know that could be true. You're just guessing. And, this is like what Sabine Hassenfelder does. To like, oh, you're just pursuing beauty. It doesn't work. And she's very focused on like the mechanism of science. Like, this is how you do this in order to make slow and steady progress. But revolution, not iteration, but revolution happens not when somebody gets lucky, but when somebody sees the big picture. If somebody they just know that DNA has to be a double helix. Let me tell you something. According to my work, DNA had to be a double helix. It had to be a double helix. You know what else is going to be a double helix? The blockchain will be a double helix because it has to be a double helix. Numbers are a double helix. They have to be a double helix. When you can see the greater context of things and someone else can't, they're gonna think you're a quack. But you're not using methods that are crazy. They just don't know they don't understand the methods that you're using. And I talk about this in my Theories of Everything, the how-to guide video that I entered into the Pace 1 contest that Kurt put on, is that to make great progress in something, when I mean great progress, I mean like a quantum leap in progress. It means that you saw the picture as a whole and how it appeared like it had to work in a specific way. And you made a prediction. And everybody else is stuck looking at the ways things are. Not just how they there's a difference between looking at the way things are and then trying to think about how the way things could be, versus perceiving the way things have to be, almost, in a system. This applies to any system. I said this before, sometimes, like, to answer questions like, what's the meaning of life? You have to know a huge context. You have to realize that the word life is really it's ill-defined. You have to then think about, okay, what do we mean by life when we say it? Do we mean sentience? Probably. And we're like, well, what's the meaning of sentience? Well, you have to have the context to realize maybe sentience always existed, so as a singularity at least, so it doesn't really have any meaning. It can't not exist. It exists because it's the only thing that could exist. And then you're like, okay, so what's the meaning of this all? You're like, well, it appears that if the nature of the universe is oneness, then it would necessitate that multiplicity would be a choice. It's like, okay, well, that means like this is a choice. Creation is a choice. Universe being here, the cosmos that we see, that evolves, that was a choice. Okay, so that means there's a meaning to that. But then you come back, you realize we asked the wrong question. It's not what's the meaning of life. What does that even mean? It's an unanswerable question because it's a terrible question. And then you realize the right question is, what is the meaning of creation? You realize that because sentience is the only thing that can exist and can't not exist, that the meaning of creation is the creation of meaning. The purpose of creation is the creation of meaning. That meaning is the impact of one sentient being on another. That is, think about trying to realize that, all that, from just the question, what is the meaning of life? You could never do it. Could never do it. Same thing with how do you unite quantum mechanics and general relativity? And Eric's like, you don't quantize gravity. You harmonize it. Exactly. You have to build the big picture. Why can't we, unite quantum mechanics and general relativity? Because gravity is a force of the universe itself. Eric says this in this exact discussion, where he says that, what does he say here? He says, I think he said that gravity is the force that doesn't change, essentially. It's when the rest of the universe is moving, like it's I need to find the actual quote, but this is what he's saying is correct. In he might have said that was the Higgs field, is that the Higgs field doesn't move, but let me see, where is it? I don't know. It's fine. It doesn't matter. But like, you have to realize that gravity isn't in the universe. It's coming from the universe. Like, it is the universe. You need the bigger picture to see this. You're like, what is the origin of life? It's like, well, again, life is ill-defined. You need to but how are you going to realize like that your definition of life is wrong? You need the context, and that means like stepping out of the moment and looking at how the moments are connected. This is great science. This is where quantum leaps happen. And you will be called a quack, because it is not that no one can see what you can see. There are people that can see what you can see. I can see geometric unity a little bit. I can't speak math. So like when I look at his equations, I can see some symmetries and I can see some quantities that I would expect. And I can look at his philosophy that is implied by his, cosmological assumptions and what he said even in this. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I don't need to understand like what the math symbols are necessarily, like always. But so it's not like no one else sees it's not like nobody sees the big picture ever in science, but they're always called quacks. I am especially called a quack, and and I know that, and I don't care. It's fine. But I didn't go to an Ivy League school to become a scientist and then get laughed out of it like Eric did. So it's a different context for me. For me, it's just always been me versus the education system, and it's done pretty well for me. But it's tough. I mean, I've just never. It's just a different context. But there's that phrase of like people say that. There's a fine line between genius and crazy or something. And what people don't realize is genius is a moment. There is no such thing as a genius person. There's no such thing. This idea that like, oh, above 150 IQ, you're a genius. No. This is such a relativistic way of measuring it and an arbitrary line. No. Genius is a moment, and everybody has moments of genius. And in those moments of genius, you're going to look like a crazy person until you can apply like what you're doing. So the next step of this stuff is to figure out how to show that it can be predictive. And I think that that's possible. Like I said, though, whether or not we're allowed by whatever, God, aliens, I don't think it's aliens, but still, beings of an advanced technological nature, or level, or institutional stupidity, like whatever is the obstacle, which I think it's all of these to some degree. Well, I don't know if it's all of them, but it's some of them. It's multiple ones. Like that is going to be a factor even in whether or not we do advance in physics. But if you look at the physics world right now and you look at Donald Hoffman's work in geometric unity and mine and Carl Friston and all of these people that go on, Kurt Mungel's podcast and Brian Keating's podcast and other people's podcasts, and they're all talking about this stuff and they're starting to like find commonalities. It is possible that doesn't necessarily lead to technological developments that we expect, even if it would have been possible in a different circumstance. And I know that sounds a little vague, but there is always a way to apply this stuff, but that doesn't mean it's going to give us warp. And even if it could, warp, I mean, I don't think it's really warp, but it's jumping. Chain jumping. Even if chain jumping is possible, that doesn't mean that we'll be allowed. And but when you're thinking about like science and advancement and quark structures not allowing for engineering applications and all these things that only crazy people would think about, there's multiple levels of questions. It's like, is this right or is it wrong? And then, is it applicable or is it not? Like Eric said. And there's another one though that I want to add as like my final statement when thinking about doing physics going forward. You recognize that the context of physics is sentience. It is. Then there is a third level, pseudo-generation, as Eric would say, that isn't just, is it right or is it wrong? Can you do it, or can you apply it or use it? Can you not? Third one is, should you or should you not? And that is something that I think physicists, if physics continues to go down a true direction and makes developments, really need to ask themselves. Not just, is it possible, or is it not? Is it possible or impossible? Like constructor theory, the science of the possible or impossible. Then the next level is engineering. Can we manipulate quark structures or not? Is it accessible? Can we use it or not? The last level of this that is increasingly critical as you get to fundamentality is, should we or should we not? Should you jump through chains and maneuver through temporal dimensions? You can do CRISPR. Should you do CRISPR? You can take birth control and make birth control pills. Should you? You can have fission and fusion nuclear chain reactions that lead to atomic bombs. Should you? These things are things that we need to ask ourselves as well. So, with that, thank you, everybody. I will make sure that I get to everybody in the chat before we leave. Please hit the like button if this was interesting. I think it got really good as it went on, but like I said, sometimes I get off these streams and I'm like, that was so cringe. And then people loved it. And then sometimes I get off and I'm like, that was a really good stream. And then just nobody cares. So, but let me know what you think in the comments. Hit the like button. It really does help. Can you explain who you think the observer is? There's multiple observers, but they're all contained within one observer. I call that observer God. You can call it conscious existence. You can call it the sentient universe, whatever you want to call it. But you are an observer too, that is within an observer, and you're also composed of observers. Your cells are observers. Molecules in those cells are observers. And the atoms are observers. And maybe the hadrons as well. Not the quarks. Maybe the hadrons. So it is you're a chain of observation. And is despite, as you know, the orthodoxy of physics just denying this to death. To deny it is their death. And you don't deny your own existence. That's not a good idea. Sabine Ossenfelder said this. She's like, oh, the observer is not necessary to physics because we know that you can make a measurement with a device and you don't need an observer. Who made the device? And who looks at the results? Tell me it's not an observer. And even then, there's so much other things going on and more observers than just you and alone as the experimenter. But it's like they deny themselves as like part of the experiment. You can't disentangle yourself from the universe. Aliens and Predator occasionally show up in my dreams. Usually it's not too scary. Yeah, the aliens show up in my dreams sometimes, the xenomorphs, and it's not pleasant, but it's not too scary. What role would free will have within this theory? Could you also make a parallel with the CTMU view of free will? Yeah, CTMU is brilliant, and free will plays an enormous role in the universe. Free will and determinism are not two separate things. They are dependent. Creation of multiplicity was a free will choice. It is a choice against the nature of the system itself. The system made a choice. God was singular and one and meaningless and alone and decided to be meaningful and create others and not be alone anymore. And there is inevitabilities that happen with that as well, though. Eric and I, in that same discussion that I talked about earlier, in that Discord conversation that Eric and I had years ago, I said, he said that we need to rethink our idea of God. And I said, I think I know what you mean. And he said, what do you think I mean? And I said, God is not, God is super constrained. And then it appears to me in my work that there's only one way to make a universe, at least a meaningful universe. And he was like, yeah, that's true. And I was like, okay. And that is what my theory appears to be. There's only one way, basically, to make a meaningful universe, because God is so constrained by his own oneness. That doesn't make him not all-powerful. He's all-powerful. But that doesn't mean that he's not also the most constrained being. Constraints are not separate from degrees of freedom. You need the walls to have a hallway. And if I put you in a field and you see no mountains, no rivers, no trees, nothing, and it's just like a field and you don't see where it ends in any direction, I'm like, go. And you're like, where? Where am I going? Where would I go? You have all the freedom. What do you mean, where would you go? You have all the freedom. There's nowhere constraining you. There's no fence anywhere. There's no river anywhere. There's no mountains anywhere. You can go in any direction you want. But it all looks the same because you have no constraints. So in fact, when you have no constraints, you are completely constrained to the point of of paralyzation. But if you have one constraint, that is fundamental, like as fundamental as God, where you cannot escape yourself and there is no one other than you. Like, that causes hyper constrained yet extremely free directionality of abilities. That is beautiful. And we don't think about it like that. We're like, oh, is it evolution or is it creation? It's like, well, what if it's both? You know, what if it's both? My wife, when I asked her, do you believe in creation or do you believe in evolution? This was when we were dating early on, and I was an atheist and she was a Christian, and she was like, I believe in both. And I was like, oh my gosh, those two ideas are not mutually exclusive. And I had never thought of that about that in my life. And she's not even a physicist. But maybe she is. That's physics. It's not, what is taught in schools, evolution without will, which free will just means you have to define free will. Free will is the desire to do that which is not being done. This is the foundation of my work, was around AI, or technological sentience. So I had to think about, what is an agent? What is a being? It has will. Okay, what is will? It's the desire to do that which is not being done. And so the ability and like the desire and ability to go against your nature, that's free will. And and you can only do that when you have a path, which means you can only make decisions, which is choices, which is free will, when there are constraints in place that cause a deterministic outcome based on the choice. So otherwise there's no free will. If there's no deterministic outcome based on the choice, then you have no free will. Or you can't exercise it. You need to be able to perceive where you're going in order to do anything. This is why we cannot we can't even think about how we would access multiple time dimensions or anything like that, or navigate the subspace of reality to get to different moments of space, because we don't have the context necessary to perceive even how you would do that on a structural level, which is what you need first before you can start thinking about like the engineering level. And so once I got into this, I asked Eric once on his live on Instagram. I have the video actually, but it used to be on this channel, but his assistant flagged it for copyright. And in it, I said, if a dimension is a perspective, and he's like, it's not just a perspective. I'd love to put the video back up, but not unless he agreed to it. But it is on his Instagram still somewhere. Maybe I'll post the link in our Discord or something. But and I was like, if a dimension is a perspective, and he's like, it's not a perspective, it's a degree of freedom. A dimension is a perspective of either a degree of freedom or a constraint. I didn't know how to answer him at the time because I was still so new at this and I was still thinking about it. But I was just like, okay. And I thought about it. But the answer to what is a dimension, is it a perspective or is it a degree of freedom? The answer is, it is a perspective of either a degree of freedom or a constraint. It's a perspective and either a degree of freedom or a constraint. It's a superposition happening. You can't have a degree of freedom without the perception of that degree of freedom. You can't have a constraint that without the perspective of that constraint as well. So it's the same thing. It's just like, are you the sensing or are you like maneuvering? Which you do. You can't maneuver without sensing, and you can't sense without much without maneuvering, I guess. So part is so introverted intuition for you. And introverted intuition. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I mean, intuition is... The intuition is just the ability to feel the entanglement structures of the universe sometimes. And everybody has that. But it's also like, it's very hard to know when exactly like your intuition is leading you, whether or not your intuition is leading you to where you think it's leading you. Jung called introverts intuitive cranks. You seem to be having it as a lived experience. Probably. Fair enough. I'll accept that. That doesn't seem to be a fair interpretation of what Jung meant, but I doubt he said it at all. I don't know if he said it, but I am going to call it. Guys, this was great. Thank you. Like I said, please hit the like button and subscribe, share this. Let me know any questions or thoughts that you have in the comments, and I hope it made sense. And definitely want to thank Eric and Joe Rogan for having an incredible over 4-hour long discussion, and I highly recommend that you go and listen to it on Spotify. I don't have the link to it in the description below yet because it's not on YouTube, but maybe I'll include it in later. But with that, peace, and I will see you next week.